happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيجة ما بلعب بول برستيجة من بول برستيجة من بول وفريق اليلا اي سبورتس يصعب من بول على اللاعب باندا نوك داون.
Welcome everybody to the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split with myself, Imperium, and the wonderful Zute. This event is brought to you by our fantastic sponsors, Oppo. You can upgrade your performance and upgrade your fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for the PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and African esports of 2022. Zute, we are into League Week 3, Day 2. It's coming down to it, man. The action, the craziness. Yeah. You witnessed yesterday. It's all unfolding.
Yeah, this is the final league day of the entire series of this PMPL. We're on to the final week before we head into the final. So this is quite literally do or die for some of these teams that really need the points, and we're looking more towards, you know, that bottom 16 area. But as you know, the tournament goes on, if you guys were here yesterday, Imperium, the circles seem to just be getting weirder and wilder as we progress throughout the weeks.
Look, when I commentated with Highland Wolf, because it's actually been quite a while since I've commentated with you. I missed you, man. I missed you. When I commentated with Highland Wolf last time, I said to him that I have to say, you know, you bring the craziness of the Zute curse with the craziness of the Highland Wolf volatility, and it's a recipe for disaster. I'm here to settle things down. I'm here to be the mediator, okay? And to hopefully bring a little bit of peace to these teams today, and allow some nice circles, some interesting plays, and everybody has an opportunity to shine. That is something, though, that you said about yesterday, right? About how because of the somewhat craziness of the circles, every team kind of had a chance to pull out a half-decent performance.
Yeah, I don't know if you recall, but when we cast it together, there was a certain day where the circles were very volatile, and we saw some teams that we weren't expecting to do well be near the top, and we kind of almost questioned it, right? Like, what happens, you know, if the next day the circles are a bit more normal? And since then, you know, that team has, I wouldn't say fallen off, but they weren't near that top position like we expected, right? So the volatility of the circle actually does come into play. But when you have a tournament of this format, when you have over like 45 super weekend games and etc., eventually still, you know, the consistent better teams will still come out on top. And if you take a look at this calendar, we are heading into the super weekend 3 almost. We're on the final day of the league day on week 3, March the 1st right here. And then after that, it's the final super weekend. And then next week, we got the league finals, the grand finale of the PMPL.
Yeah, that's why this day really does count so much. Because, yeah, we talk about getting into the super weekends. We talk about, you know, getting into the finals. But this league week, day 3, if you don't make it into that league week and you're down in the bottom kind of half of the standings, you know, or you're very close to not qualifying for the final as it is, it's very dangerous indeed. We'll get into it more, of course, as you get in through the overall rankings of League Week 1, of course. But it definitely is a big test for a lot of these teams. We need to have, of course, that understanding that despite the experience a lot of these players have, we are still witnessing teams and players have a little bit of a first-time experience with this PMPL, the nerves, the jitters. You've experienced it yourself as a former pro player. So as you whittle down these games, we do have to understand that it's a very pressurized situation.
Yeah, and the pressure really does affect the teams quite differently depending on their experience and also depending on just, who might be leading the team. But if we take a look at why they're feeling pressured, I mean, it's on your screen right here. The amount of money, the prize pool that comes into play. And we're not even done with the Super Weekend yet, right? We still have one more Super Weekend, and each Super Weekend chicken dinner win is $1,000. I mentioned earlier, we play a total of 45 Super Weekend games. That is 45,000 US dollars right there, just from the Super Weekend alone. And then we got the finals coming up next week. But one thing that's a little bit different today also is our map rotation. We have a Miramar sandwich rather than an Erangel sandwich coming into today, Mirio.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it ending on Miramar. It's funny because I just finished commentating an Americas tournament with Maxman, and that ended on a Miramar game, and I find it quite refreshing. And we all appreciate and understand how amazing Erangel is as a map. It's where it all began. It's the OG map that every single competitive team should know. But Miramar, I think it's a bit of a bigger test, and because it rarely happens, ending on Miramar is a little bit of fun indeed.
Yeah, I feel like Miramar is almost the Erangel 3.0. I feel like it's just as competitive as
Wow.
Erangel. I feel like teams
Fair.
should understand the map just as well as Erangel too. It's just more difficult, right? The high grounds are more high, the low grounds can get more low. The rotations are definitely
Yeah,
way more difficult, and the hardships on the circles does make it more difficult to rotate, but it essentially just boils down
exactly.
to like how good is your team as from the chemistry side. Like how good is your team able to move and fight into the zones earlier
Yeah,
on in like a Miramar match versus on an Erangel that kind of gets prolonged more towards until the late game.
exactly. I just think Miramar for me is simply a bigger test of
Hmm.
a strong team to me, because
Yes.
everybody knows Erangel, so it requires to an extent less communication around it. But either way, we'll talk a little bit deeper as we get into the games of the differences between the maps. We need to have a look at the overall rankings of the league week so far. One thing that stands out for me from yesterday's games is RTG Esports KURDSQUAD, 45 points
Yes.
in 4 games. They came into this week swinging for the fences.
Hmm. Yeah, it's great because they are like 16th overall on Super Weekend points, and just last week they missed that second Super Weekend, so they had to see a team pass them up as well. They started dropping in those
Yes.
top, 16 rankings, and I think they're feeling that pressure. But what's great to see is instead of cracking under that pressure, they came swinging yesterday, and they're saying we're making it to this Super Weekend. Right now, they're 4th overall, and I would say sitting very comfortably after today to qualify into that Super Weekend.
As well as RTG, the Mind Weapon iKURD being in 6th on 43 points. Now, their journey is, of course, going to be a little bit tougher because they really didn't have
Mhm.
a good Super Weekend in the previous weekend. They're only on a total of
Mhm.
57 points. So that journey, if they presuming they do make it, because 43 points is it's going to be a lot tougher. So I would like to see them use today's games to really kind of test different strategies out, find different elements in which they can improve their gameplay coming into this weekend's Super
Mhm.
Weekend. But the second half of the standings, 1 million, headquarters,
Yep.
Kurd 12. It's not bad,
Mhm.
but it's also not amazing. It's not super secure. It's a little bit teetering on the edge of the cliffside.
Yeah, out of those 3 teams, I would rather just focus on Kurd 12 and 1 million. Headquarters, right? They haven't made a single
Fair.
Super Weekend yet, and the fact that they're struggling so much once again in the league it just comes off to me as like, even if they made it into Super Weekend, starting off with 0 points, I don't think they're gonna impact, the standings in the long term. Whereas with KURD 12 and 1 million, they actually have a lot at risk, and potentially if this Super Weekend goes well for them, or if they don't make it, it can actually really change who makes it into the finals next week. And another team that I want to mention is Triple D. They had a 10-point plus average in their very first Super Weekend last week. They're the second best averaging teams points wise as far as the Super Weekend is concerned, and they're sitting in 20th place right now. Imperium in the league, they have to make this qualifying week. If they don't, there's a good chance that they could also get passed back up, and it would be very disappointing to see, the second best averaging Super Weekend team to not see them in this upcoming Super Weekend, and potentially not even the finals as well if they don't make it.
Of course, there is only 10 points dividing 20th and 13th, so that's really not much. It's the fact that when we look at the cutoff points, the cutoff point between kind of 15th, 16th, and 17th, and across the first league weeks, it's about 39 in average, because it was 37 week 2, it was 41 in week 1, so you obviously put those together, divide by 2, you get 39 points. That's the cutoff point that I'm looking at. Being on 12 points, it's not outside the realms of possibility. Let's be fair, for Triple D, 1 20-point game, 2 18-point games, that should be good. It's the fact that so far in this league week 3, they haven't shown it, and that does make us worry. It makes us fearful. It makes us think about what might happen, what might be the case if they don't make it into this third Super Weekend. And that's why I also want to counter what you said about headquarters. Yes, you're dead right. They haven't qualified for 2 Super Weekends so far. Same with 4K, I suppose, because we have to put both of those into the mix. They haven't qualified for the Super Weekend so far. But if you look at the fact that, let's say 1 million don't make it into the third Super Weekend, they're currently on 15th on 157 points. That means technically that's your cutoff point, because RTG, they're safe, they're making it in, they're going to pass 1 million, right? KURD 12, they could make it in, but they're only on 57 points. Sorry, 71 points. It genuinely isn't outside the realms of possibility for 4K or headquarters. They haven't done it so far, and that's totally fair. I get where your fear is I get where your kind of thought process come from. I just don't want to disregard them per se, right? Because if headquarters make it in, they make it in, and that's when they need to strike. That's when they will need to pull out a Triple D level of a Super Weekend. Because did you expect Triple D to have a Super Weekend in last week's set of games? I didn't.
I was going to say the only example of it potentially being a possibility would be for them to replicate what Triple D did last Super Weekend. And, Triple D, to put in perspective, in 15 games scored a total of 161. That 1 million cutoff point that you mentioned has 157. So yes, 1 million, 15th place overall. If they don't make this Super Weekend, they will definitely drop out of, that position in 15th. And if 4K or headquarters can pull off exactly what Triple D did last week, technically they would pass up 1 million and they would kick them out of the top 16. So, all right, we'll see. We'll talk about it if they actually even make it to that Super Weekend, because obviously headquarters and 4K not sitting very comfortable in the league right now, currently, as we head into our very first Miramar match. And since we have, since we're starting off on Miramar, and it is a Miramar sandwich, in my opinion, today's going to be even more difficult for the teams that are a bit more inexperienced and not as veteran as some of the other teams to put points on, because we mentioned it already. We feel like Miramar is kind of like Erangel, but just a lot more difficult for teams to be consistent on.
Yeah, I agree, because I think Miramar, of course, confidence will always be a component of how teams play and how good they can play. But for me, Miramar is a much bigger test of a team's ability to communicate, a team's ability to be synergistic, and a team's ability to execute a strategy in a much more comfortable way. If you don't have that on board, I find you'll crumble a little bit more heavily. That's kind of my perspective, at least on Miramar.
Yeah, when I was playing competitive Imperium, I would have to say Miramar was my most favorite map to play on and to watch as a competitive player, because it's like the teams are familiar enough with Miramar to a point where it's like almost an Erangel, right? You know almost every dip, every high ground position, you know the pathing rotations from, you know, one spot to another, you know how the dynamics of a certain position works from one circle to the next, and it's all there. Okay,
Yes.
KURD 12, one of the pistol. Okay, KURD 12, one of the teams that we are looking at to see if they make it into the Super Weekend or not. So starting off with 1 point right there is actually quite important, as we see a slew of teams all around this very area.
Dunak are currently in 17th place in this league week 3. So of course they're out right now of this third Super Weekend. In the overall standings of the Super Weekend points, they find themselves in 12th place. I look at that as fine, comfortable, because they have 192 points, if I'm not mistaken. And to me, the cutoff point is about 180 with 2 Super Weekends played. So I don't look at this as a major issue or a major threat to Dunak if they don't make it into this Super Weekend. Of course, it would hurt their confidence. It would hurt their ability to train, experience the teams around them, and prepare for the league finals in a better way.
Also, they miss out on, you know, the potential of making $1,000 per win, right? It's I gotta mention it every time coming into the Super Weekend, because that money, it stacks up. Like, just to throw it out there, Rico Infinity has already pocketed 7,000, and they're looking like they're gonna make this Super Weekend as well. So that's another 15,000 up for grabs for all of these teams. But yeah, the grand finals is where all these teams are looking in. As a competitor, I'm sure the money is nice for these players, but it's really about the results of where they place in the finals, because that's the core essence of being a competitive player. Like the bragging rights, the showing that you have something to prove, and after you put in all these hours of work, you have, you know, something to show for that. As that is interesting. I'm sure that buggy's okay. Yeah, that buggy will be fine.
We haven't been, at least on the broadcast stream. There was a slight technical hitch, but we have it on our end. The phase 1 circle, it's up on that kind of northwestern side of the map, above the Cabrera on the very northern tip. Opozo is well covered on the west. So there's a lot of like solid high ground for these teams to set themselves up in, and it seems like it was also initially pretty complementary to the playing path as well.
Yeah, to put in perspective, Hacienda is pretty much, or San Martin, sorry. San Martin is pretty much like the center of the zone where Rico Infinity is right now. They're continuing to loot that up. So we do have a very northern circle, and with the northern circles, more on the west side on Miramar, as you mentioned, there's a lot of different high ground locations, like high ground, hilltop, mountaintops, pockets, if you want to think of that. And there's a lot of roads that kind of cut through in between all of these. So this area of the map, more easily rotatable, but also surrounded with a lot of stronger power positions. So that's pretty much what we're going to be looking at throughout the rest of the game. Which teams will take up what certain positions on these power positions, these high grounds, and how will they utilize that with their rotations as the circles will continue to shift on out.
I'm really glad you mentioned the road play inside the circle, because it's not often mentioned specifically when it comes to Miramar on circle shifts. That could allow an opportunity for a team to, let's say, wait later on in the game, presuming those circles are still in play, kind of cut through the middle. That has its own risks, but if you're able to pull it off with the right timing, the right information, that can be a massive benefit. So really, really well observed in that regard. We look at Stalwart UAE, sorry, not Stalwart, Stalwart UAE, start to surround the members of KURD12. Of course, KURD12 took an initial engagement onto Dunak, and then they reposition themselves onto Chumasera. With one of their players knocked, it becomes a little bit more difficult for them.
Yeah, KURD12 pick up a point. Ooh, great trade by Bardashi right there. Beautiful shots. That's gonna put some added pressure back onto Stars, and he wants to confirm that elimination point right there. KURD12 did end up losing unknown, so that's a 1-for-1. Pretty even long range trades going back and forth between both of these teams. Stalwart, of course, I would have to say, in a little bit of a better position when it comes to qualifying. KURD12 need to definitely pick up more points and keep more of their members alive for this Miramar game if they want to rack up a couple of more points that they need to feel a little bit safer for qualifying in this Super Weekend.
Yeah, although to be a little bit critical of Stalwart UAE, I think this is a bit of a sum up of what has been a small downward trend in performance from them. Yeah, they started a little bit shakily, but their first Super Weekend was very strong. It slipped a little bit in League Week 2. Super Weekend 2 wasn't the absolute cleanest. And as of right now, in this League Week 3, they're in 19th place on 13 points. So, yeah, just to be a little bit critical of them, it does worry me in terms of how they're going to handle the league finals with Barda. Oh, Easy knocked himself out with the pressure from Bardashani.
I think that Molotov kind of made him panic, and he didn't get that grenade through that doorway, and it actually just exploded on himself. So that is not good look. And you're right. I thought Stalwart was doing better. Looking at the points table right now, 19th with 13 points so far. And of course, KURD12 actually ahead right now. KURD12 was sitting in 14th position with 20 points.
Yeah.
So I think I definitely got it mixed up because, like you mentioned, we saw Stalwart UAE be a team that was actually doing quite well in that first Super Weekend. So my brain just processed it as Stalwarts have to be somewhat sitting more comfortable than KURD12, but that's not the case.
Look, overall, they're more comfortable. It's just I wanted to at least highlight an observation of a downward trend. I don't disagree with overall what you're saying, at least. As Phase 2 pops up, it goes once again up north where most of the teams are already located. So only 2 to 3 to actually about 4 teams are not inside this phase number 2.
And I think Stalwarts to get eliminated as KURD12 pick up the rest of those elimination points. KURD12 with 5 elims already. The circle shift, going up further to the north. And we mentioned the roadways. There's a lot of ways to rotate in and around this circle, unlike, certain areas of the Miramar map, especially when we see like a very eastern circle or a southwestern circle. All the roadways go just from left to right, and there's maybe 2 main roads. But here in this northern side, you can see there's roads splitting in and out in all sorts of different ways. So it makes this area of the map one of the more easier ones to play in as far as rotations go. But of course, if you rotate too slow, too late, you will be in for like a hellfire of bullets if all of these high ground positions get taken up, because all the roads are kind of just placed in between all these power positions.
I love headquarters, how they are set up on the hill to the west of water treatment, because they're spread out, but they're not too heavily spread. If one, let's say, gets knocked and they get pushed upon, the rest of the team are going to be able to support them quite efficiently, quite quickly. So well positioned in my eyes from headquarters as RTG comfortably qualify for Super Weekend number 3. A big sigh of relief in what was a very shaky League Week 2, which led them to not making it into the second Super Weekend by literally last game placement points. That was a
Yes.
big slap in the face for them.
And they definitely don't want to risk a situation like that happening again, right? They're going to secure their points right now and not leave it to some tiebreaker. And that tiebreaker, same placement points, same elimination points. It was the closest tiebreaker I've ever seen, and it actually was very important in determining who qualified last week. So this time around, RTG not wanting to risk at. Looking at the Circle Imperium, and one thing I'm noticing is that we talk about these high ground positions, and I know it's only Circle 2.
Yeah.
Going into Circle 3, I feel like no matter where it shifts, I feel like all the high ground positions have already been taken up by many of these teams.
I do see a small high ground hill in between Falcons and Conqueror Iraq, which is available. I look at that as one of the kind of only real high ground spots available. But I think there's something to be said for, in an understated way, as much as it can be a pinch depending on the circle shifts, a strong low ground compound can be really valuable. Like if you look at the minimap, the low ground kind of warehouse buildings that are in between Conquer, Rack, and I think that's not Rad, but a team that's just right beside Rad. I look at that as a good area to hold on to. We see Phase 3 pops up, it centralizes. That spot is still available if a team wanted to breach in.
I'm not used to how normal these circles are. I swear, when I cast with you, we do get those very normal, equalized circles. You know, these fair circles that kind of give teams all a potential to do more consistent. You know, so to say, we see headquarters, they're rotating off that high ground, going to that low ground position that you were talking about. And I don't know how I feel about that too much because it's like dead center of the circle, but that low ground, if you lose that circle from that low ground, it is so much more difficult to rotate out of. So we'll see what happens as headquarters did lose one member on that rotation.
Yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from with that kind of low ground position. Twisted Minds on the KURD 12, putting him under pressure already unknown, was knocked. And now as they look to try and disengage and wrap around on the southwestern side, Rolkus isn't going to let them get away with that. Zana is knocked. The two remaining KURD 12 players are just going to grab their tail, swing it around and just run away and play for the circle. I don't mind from KURD 12. Again, they need every single point they can get inside today's League Week games. They've got 5 from eliminations already. It's not bad, but another 5 from, let's say, placements would be a hell of a start in this day 2.
Yeah, Twisted Minds setting up a nasty gatekeep, by the way. They were doing a 1-1-1 split. They had 3 players on the edge of blue, split like 1,000-meter distance between them 3, and they had 1 player just further up on the edge of the next circle to maintain information. Twisted Minds, it's always lovely to see how they play, you know, rather it be a gatekeep situation, a 4v4 fight situation, or even just rotating in. They rely heavily on maintaining spacing and formations out of each individual player, and it's quite effective when executed well.
Yeah, I in my opinion, Twisted Minds are at the moment being the most experimental team in the lobby. Because things that they're doing, yeah, it's not always working out, but the fact that they're trying it, the fact that they're experimenting with different positionings, with different setups for these circles, I think will overall end up rewarding them a lot more heavily in the long run when we get to league finals.
I agree. To be able to adapt different strategies, different methods of playing is definitely a huge skill as the circle does shift down to the southeast. So Rico Infinity, they take the position that headquarters was at earlier, and headquarters decided to go on down to that central compound. Now, they can survive for a good amount of time. chances of them getting pushed might be somewhat high, actually, but they should be okay. Rico Infinity definitely, in my opinion, in the best position on the map now.
Is Ida taking a bit too much risk by being on his own? Should he look to try and join up with the rest of the team? I think it might be a little bit too late based on the circle shift and how these teams are reacting. What you mentioned about headquarters being pushed, yes, the risk is there, but I think it would be too much risk for the team pushing them because you have the third party potential from both Rad, from Rico Infinity, from 4K. So, you know, I don't expect that to happen as 1 million. They went for a big push and they go down early in 15th on 19 points in this league week 3. Not a good start for them.
Not good at all. We have 2 teams already eliminated. 50 players left alive. That is, I would have to say, a little bit more than usual, especially on a map like Miramar. But I think it's due to the fact we're in this northern side. Rotations are a lot easier. Usually on Miramar, we see teams just go out on rotations. That's the biggest problem. Yes. But with all the road access ways and the familiarity of this area, teams are managing to stay together and utilize all 4 to fight their way in. We see YaLLa trying to mount a defense against Twisted Minds. We always say when Twisted Minds are a team that's being aggressive and pushing, they usually come out on top. But this YaLLa defense strong for now.
Well, it's strong, but it's not the strongest. The opportunity is there for Twisted Minds to push, and the fact that they got the opening knock is a big plus, but it's going to be a counter knock swinging in as the second YaLLa player is going to go down to the bottom of the hill where his teammate lies down. RTG do take a couple of third-party knocks, shots on towards Twisted Minds, but for the most part, Twisted Minds sends YaLLa away, and they carve a spot inside the circle to call their own. Good play, Twisted Minds.
The execution was just pretty, like, standard, just done very well. And same for YaLLa. To be able to disengage in that situation and at least keep 2 players still alive, any lesser team would have just cracked under that pressure. Because we see Twisted Minds, when they engage in a fight, they usually execute it fast enough where if the other team, the defending team, doesn't react quickly enough, they'll get completely eliminated. So, in a way, I'd have to give a good job to both YaLLa and Twisted for just playing pretty just standard from both sides. You know, when you're losing that fight, you disengage, you don't panic, you don't clamp up and then just wait for your deaths.
I couldn't have said that better myself. Phase 4 Blue Zone is very quickly closing in, and we're soon going to make it into Phase 5. All of the teams are inside the circle. KURD 12 even made it in as a solo left alive. Where is it going to shift next? It goes down to southwest.
Ooh. NASR getting a knock. Not just a knock, though. A knock and a finish onto Rolkis. Rolkis, the IGL of Twisted Minds. This might slow things down for the Twisted Minds. But luckily for them, they get a closer circle shift. So they don't have to travel too long of a distance. NASR is only a 2-man team. So not a big threat for the side of Twisted Minds. Headquarters, we talked about it earlier. They do manage to get another zone, so they'll be able to stay alive and keep their heads down there. But the likelihood of them getting pushed now has just increased insurmountably.
Considering Twisted Minds know what is around them in terms of YaLLa and RTG, I would like to have seen them push NASR. I know it's a flat terrain, but I think, you know, pushing YaLLa would have been just getting elimination points and adding to their tally inside this game on. But as it happens, they're disengaging away. Rico Infinity sent 1 player down. CONQUEROR gonna pick him off. Nothing he can really do about it. His Prestige gets a couple of shots onto a member of DDD Esports. DDD, only 1 super weekend in their back pockets. They need a second. It was a hell of a super weekend, but I look at it as not being enough for the time being. NASR are eliminated. 12 teams left.
This one could be huge for DDD. They should be taking this push against Rico Infinity. They're coming from the edge. They're coming from behind Rico Infinity. Usually you don't want to be on the edge of the map, but this is how it works. If you're on the edge, if your backside is clear, you can control the engagement in front of you, and they're going to try and control the fight onto Rico Infinity. It is a 4v2 situation, but Triple D is being pressured by the Conqueror side out in the distance.
Yeah, unfortunately, the position that Triple D wanted at least initially breach on is potentially third party. Plus, I believe Twisted Mind's getting involved as Prestige gets a knock on the Lumi. Now, one more player left up. He's gonna get knocked, but Gaith is under a hell of a lot of pressure, down to a little bit of health. Vanguard's there in the making, a little bit of back party shots, and that's gonna be Twisted Minds helping Triple D stay alive.
Twisted Minds, they will never back down from an opportunity to gain some points. This team, I think, by stats-wise, is a team that has taken the most third-party fights, the most amount of 4v4 engagements out of all the teams in competition. Even with Rokus, their IGL gone, you know for a fact Rokus is keeping track of the kill feed. He's keeping track of the gun sounds, the audio cues, and telling his team to go third-party that fight on the northeastern side. Now, Triple D still alive. Gaith hiding in the blue. This is actually so smart to not try and go into zone, because we saw Twisted Minds. They were looking everywhere for the last player of Triple D.
Now he makes out of the blue. He's got a minimum amount of first aids on board. The next circle shifts on up. 4K taking a fight to headquarters. They breached in, and I believe they have the majority of headquarters taken down. Just enemy left alive is going to be enemy number 1 for 4K. However, it is a 3-person 4K side. They're outside the circle and it's gone away from the Falcon, or up on the high ground up above. RTG have a 2-2 split. Well, it's a 2-1 split that they've held on to for quite a while. I look at this as being RTG's game to lose. As enemy tries to keep himself alive, he's going to be able to swing around the side of the window and get a knock. He's going to get shot up from behind. He comes in and get a second. Could this be a 3-piece from headquarters, a 1v3, as he looks to stay alive? It's going horribly wrong for 4K.
4K, come on. Why are they not pushing together as a team? That was a 1-by-1 push. They already lost 2 players because of it. And the mortal nade comes through. Final, both 4K and I believe, both of those teams right there really do need the points to try and get into that top 16 still, to cement their chance at making it into the Super Weekend. But the circle is closing in. We're down to just 5 teams, 11 players left alive.
It wasn't really a bad result for headquarters, considering they find themselves in the beautiful position where they are in terms of the standings coming into today's games. Either way, the tail end of this game is coming through Twisted Minds. The circle has shifted away. There was only so far they were going to go based off the previous circle shift, and we're left with our top 4 teams: KONQUEROR, 4K, Falcons, and RTG.
KONQUEROR don't have much to play with, though. The only cover they have is not fully yet in zone, and as the blue zone's slowly pushing in, you see their players dropping 1 by 1. It's either you face the blue or you face the bullets, and neither choice is going to be quite nice for them. Groza almost getting a knock onto Bolt. That would have been huge to relieve some pressure for them to make some space in.
And if it's not RTG shooting at them, I look at it as being Falcon. However, Falcon are found, I believe, by RTG. Vito, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Vault getting knocked. The revive should come through. 3 teams are left. 4K, I believe, have yet to really be spotted down at the valley, either side of the hill, that's held onto by both KONQUEROR and RTG. Rio has a bit of an idea. He chucks an nade down below. Groza is out in the open, but he's pre-firing as he moves, running and gunning up towards the edge of the hill. He wants this game for KONQUEROR. He wants to be the hero of the day. He has support from Rio on the other side. This is great play from KONQUEROR. Oh my god, but Volt gets a knock on the Rio. It means that Groza is on his own with the UMP. Gets a knock, but it's going to be Vito to be the supporting player. 2 teams are left.
Very great attempt. I love how earlier when they got the knockdown, one player was pushing proactive on foot. Groza went up for that push. They knew they needed to take this position if they wanted to win that game, and he was not going to let his knock go to waste. But now it's a 3v2 situation. RTG versus 4K. 4K have the zone advantage because they're in the circle, but RTG has the positioning, the manpower, and the high ground for their favor. Down to a 3v1 now.
Yeah. J9 with the side angle, unfortunately, is just going to put a big amount of pressure onto Anaconda. And knock on the side of the crate drop will allow him to at least relieve a bit of pressure. But Vito with the M16, I absolutely love that gun single tap. It's one of the most understated weapons in PUBG Mobile, and he's making it work. And then J9, sorry, Volt on the other side, should I say, getting the finishing blow, and RTG open up day 2 with a chicken dinner.
Coming in day 2 just as strong as they did day number 1. I think they were pissed that they missed that last super weekend, especially in the manner that they did. And coming into week number 3, they want to show up, and they're showing up huge. Great chicken dinner from RTG. Also very well played with their positioning and their spread on that last push. We saw them spread out, get multiple angles, and also the pressure fire that they managed to lay out on not just the end game, but throughout the duration of the game was very beautifully well done. 4K Esports, though, 20 total points gained from that match, 8 elimination points. That's really good for 4K Esports, too.
They were coming into today on 18 points. So that's 38. That is like 1 away from that cutoff point that I alluded to, right? But even then, they have 3 more games to kind of get a trickle of points. Are we going to see another team that hasn't qualified for a Super Weekend make it into Super Weekend? That could mean another team that's only qualified for 1 or 2 Super Weekends be dropped out of the 3rd one. This is so exciting. Next stop, I want to see Headquarters up there. 7 points, not bad in their first game, but it needs to be more. It needs to just be a little bit more.
Yeah, Headquarters, I feel like if they played their defense correctly at that compound, they could have been that team that, makes it out towards the top end of things and gain way more placement points and probably a few more elimination points if they, defended correctly. Looking at the second page, though, 1,000,000 Esports. Okay, this team has made 2 super weekends, but both super weekends, they did not perform all too well. So they kind of need this 3rd super weekend to kind of cement things and really feel comfortable. And with a 0-point finish, that is not looking too good. They're in 18th overall after 5 matches of this league played.
And what's even better for 4K Headquarters as well as Stalwart, they were lying in 19th place, only 1 point. Dunak lying in 17th place, only 2 points. That makes such a big difference for Headquarters and 4K. Yeah, on their respective sides, they can't control how good or bad these teams go, but factually speaking, it's been a big return on investment, a big push. Even K12 didn't have a bad game. I really appreciated that they were always coming in late because of the early game action. They tried to swing around on the north, but even their overall result was a net positive compared to Dunak and Stalwart. This is just so exciting. And we're only 1 game into the day, Zute.
Yeah, only 1 game in, and we have more Miramars coming up too today. We have 2 more Miramars and 2 more Erangels. Today is going to be quite explosive, and we're definitely seeing the teams that desperately need the points. Many of them are maintaining and trying to get those points however they can, and that's really good to see. Everyone's pretty much almost a contender right now. And to give a quick refresher, these are the overalls of yesterday's games and the very first game that we have played today. So this will give a better idea of who might be qualifying for this week's Super Weekend.
Of course, some teams have played 4 games, some teams have played 5 games, and that's something that I really want to overall allude to, is that Group A Falcons, YaLLa, KURD12, and 1Million are not playing in the final game. Now, 1Million, I can't help but feel that there's a big chance they're not going to make it. But KURD12, the destiny of their result, as well as 1Million, is going to be out of their hands. So they need to make all of these games count as we move on to the second page, the more important page. As of right now, headquarters, KURD12, 4K, they're all in the top 16.
Just barely hanging on. 4K definitely a little more comfortable than headquarters and KURD12. They did have a very decent game, just that last one, coming up into the second, finishing out second with quite a few eliminations as well. And we take a look at our Opal moments. There were only a few fights early on. Maybe we lost 2 to 3 players at most. But towards the mid stage and the later stage of the game, teams were all trying to rotate in as 4 and fight their way in. I think that did set up for a nice pacing of action. We were able to follow that game quite easily, but that's also because, you know, the circle was quite favorable for all of these teams to be able to play and compete in.
Yeah, of course, we didn't get to see the tail end of the overall standings of the teams that are currently out of the top 16, but just to let you guys know, it's Dunak, 1Million, Triple D, and Stalwart. Interestingly, all 4 of those teams have actually played 5 games, just something to make a note of. As we look at Conquer Iraq, I've alluded to my impressions of Conquer Iraq before, and I really think that they continue to receive the praise that they deserve, because I think they have really grown as a team inside this tournament. I think they've improved fundamentally in how to set themselves up, how to position themselves, how to rotate. It's not that they were making a lot of mistakes, but I think they've cleaned up in a lot of positive ways, and they're performing very well.
I don't know if you recall, but during the second week, we were watching Conquer Iraq play in the league stage, and I kept pointing out certain things that Conquer Iraq were doing that I absolutely love. I fondly recall the memory of Conquer Iraq taking a fight with Twisted Minds on Erangel. It was like Circle 1 heading into Circle 2, and they wiped the floor with Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, a team that we were at the time saying haven't really lost a 4v4 isolated engagement. Conquer Iraq just smacked them down. And then it's great to see after Super Weekend 2, right? They put themselves up onto the second place overall position and just really coming out. And if the trend continues, we should see them have a very good Super Weekend number 3. And that hopefully will lead into them being a potential top 3 team in the finals. So Conquer Iraq, definitely one of the more improved teams that we have followed over the course of this tournament.
Very true indeed. We're 1 game down in the second day of League Week 3, and we still got 4 more games to go. Stick around, join myself and Zute as we come back after a break.
Every time landing in
Welcome back to the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split. Thank you very much to our official media partner, Nemo.tv. You can check out not only the PMPL Arabia, but lots of PUBG Mobile official esports action over on Nemo.tv. As well as that, while you're watching all the action on Nemo.tv, join in on the conversation by using hashtag PMPL. Follow us on the YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, as well as on Twitter and TikTok. As I said, let us know what you're thinking of the tournament, what teams you're supporting. I like to know. I think Zute likes to know. Do you like to know?
Yeah, I mean, you can also tag us too. We have our handles right down here. We got Imperium and ours. And yeah, if you want to join in on the conversation, if you feel like there was a moment that you want to discuss or talk about it with us on the social medias, make sure you tag us. And of course, that hashtag PMPL. But so far, I think there's a lot to talk about with this super weekend coming up right here, and with this being the last day of the league stage for this tournament. I think we're starting to see something, a little bit different. Teams are playing a lot more consistently. Yeah. Teams are all, trying to fight for their share of the points. We're not seeing too many teams just kind of go out without putting up a fight anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And it's shaping up. It's shaping up at least that the two teams who have yet to even make it into Super Weekend are going to make it into the final one. And like I said, during that first game, that means that we will have two teams that have either just made one Super Weekend or have made two Super Weekends not make it into this third one. And that means that there's more pressure on teams who are hovering around that kind of 14th, 15th, 16th spot in the overall rankings, because anything can happen. Like I alluded to, Triple D, a hell of a second super weekend in which they overtook the likes of RTG. They overtook 1Million, who have 15 extra games ahead of them. Yeah. So if it can happen with Triple D, it can happen with any other team. And that's what makes this kind of day so exciting. I was saying to our producer, during the break, this is the kind of stuff that I absolutely love as a commentator. These are the moments, the situations that really drive me, because it just allows us, both of us, to play into the storylines, to talk about how teams have performed, and just speculate and just really drive home how important this kind of day is.
Yeah, it's every team, no matter where they are in the rankings, high or low, are a contender. There's something to be, added to the story that's been developing over this PMPL. We see the teams near the bottom fight for quite literally their tournament lives right now to make it into this last super weekend, because if they don't make it into this super weekend, for some of these teams, they are essentially 1.5 weeks done early. They'll have to watch their competitors play that super weekend and then watch their competitors play the finals. All the meanwhile, they are just not able to do anything. So tournament lives at stake here. Second game coming in. Erangel, very fair playing path from the east to the west. All teams should be able to get to wherever they would like to go. It all comes down to how the circle is going to shift and play out now.
This also means that another group are not joining us in this second game. Rico, Infinity, KAMIKAZE, Stalwart Esports UAE, and Triple D. All of Group D not playing in this game too. Maybe a much needed rest for both Stalwart and Triple D. As of right now, they find themselves in the bottom 4 teams of this second league week. A third league week, sorry.
Yeah, 19th and 20th. Triple D at 19th. Stalwart UAE at 20th. Stalwart UAE, though, in their overall points gain in the previous 2 super weekends, looking rather comfortable as far as qualifying into the finals. But of course, they would like to make that third super weekend as well for their chance at winning the 1,000, and more importantly, for their continual practice. You don't want to head into the finals missing a weekend's worth of practice out of the super weekend. Yeah. That's going to definitely kind of have to make you re-warm up and restart things going into the finals. And the finals being a 3-day ordeal, You don't want to have one day dedicated to warming up. You want to come in hot and strong for all 3 days in a row.
Wait, okay, so there's a couple of things that I'm noticing right off the bat, and I'm curious if it was the same yesterday. One, Revolution not going to Military Island, because I don't think that was outside the realms of possibility with this. Playing Path, yes, they might have come into contact with CONQUEROR a little way, but is this something they did yesterday, Zute?
No.
Did they change their drop spot that gets split?
No, we did see them manage to make it down to military base eventually. It seems like they might have went for vehicles on this 2-2 split, but no vehicle spawns to be found for either team. So I think it was a kind of due to the playing path, and maybe the vehicles just were not there for them this time around. But yeah, this is probably the interesting thing happening out of the start of this game. Would like to say though, if you were Highland Wolf, I would be much more alarmed at the fact that there is military base potentially in play. It's like a 70-30 as far as it going to the military base. If you were Highland Wolf, that is something that's looking more like a 50-50. But I think we'll have some normal games today, Imperium. So maybe military base won't come into effect much at all.
I'm happy to say I'm not Highland Wolf. I am Imperium. And with Revolution dropping so close to headquarters, it adds even more to the kind of storyline of, can headquarters make it into this third super weekend? Can they defy all odds and really give themselves a chance to make it into the league finals? Because right now, Revolution, they do technically have a game in hand. They have a game in hand over headquarters, but they are also at the moment that team that divide headquarters and the 4 teams that are down at the elimination point of the top 20 teams. So if Revolution go out early, that's another game that headquarters can stack up a couple of extra points and essentially create that cushion. So it was just very interesting to me that they both landed quite close to each other.
Yeah, and you can see the difference in their mentality. We saw the headquarters team just immediately give up that area and take off and try and group together as a team, whereas Revolution, we saw one of their players running over in the open, potentially able to get knocked himself, but he managed to run over into the open, change their position, get a different angle on the side, and as headquarters was pulling away, that was the same player taking the shots with the M4. So when the pressure is on, some players, some teams play a little bit more aggressive, be it the nerves that are causing them to be a little more jittery, a little bit more impatient, or it could just mean that, you know, for them it's crunch time and they're willing to take some risk, whereas headquarters, that team definitely reacting a bit more passively and wanting to play a bit more safe to gain their points.
Another thing I noticed as well with these drops is that RTG actually committed the whole team to the western edge of Yasnaya. In previous days, they would go for a bit of a split drop between Rozhok and Yasnaya. Is that something else that they switched to yesterday in the Erangel games? Did they have all the squad on the western side of Yasnaya?
So for the Yasnaya side, they're usually more split. RTG was the team that you would see do that strange 2-1-1 split between Rozhok and all the way up to Yas, right? So I think they're just playing a little bit more grouped together. I think maybe coming into the finals, they've realized, you know, when they do that 2-1-1 split, they could potentially be punished. So as we're heading into the further stages of the game and nearing the finals, they're changing up their strategy to kind of mitigate the potential of them being, you know, taken advantage of with their splits. But they did go from Yas just now, and they rotated back into Rozhok to either continue looting, or maybe it's just a quick little pit stop to pick up some vehicles and some additional loot as well.
Yeah, we're halfway through the blue zone of phase 1 closing in, so teams obviously kind of start to rotate, reposition, get into a bit of a spot inside this phase 1. There is a cluster of teams over on the eastern side between kind of obviously Nigma Galaxy still looting up Pachinki. You have 963, Twisted Minds, 4K, NASR, RTG. I like the fact that Twisted Minds are waiting a little bit longer. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea for them to wait until Phase 2 pops up, because if it does go the Highland Wolf route and shift massively down towards Military Island, they'll have a really quick entry point through the Eastern Bridge.
I feel like if the more we mention Highland Wolf, the more his spirit will be summoned, and we'll get that circle shift down to the military base side, right? I have a feeling it might happen that way. But we'll see. The circle is closing. We only got a couple seconds left until we see that shift. No players yet eliminated. Playing path, of course, being quite fair, and it is Erangel after all. Teams are quite familiar with one another as far as the drops goes, so everyone kind of avoiding altercation for now. They want to set up in the different positions on the circle, and Headquarter and Revolution once again really close next to each other. Starting off the game dropping close, of course. That would mean you guys will have similar rotations. Revolution a little bit in front of the Headquarters team.
Headquarters do have a good spread. They have the kind of quarry eastern hillside all to themselves. I really appreciate that and how they positioned inside this phase number 1. 1 million down on the Ferry Pier side. It might look like initially a bit of a pinch for 1 million, but that coastline beach side is a lot more rotatable inside this phase 2 than it looks, as we're about to see this next phase pop up. Dunak starting to send their full squad in, and every single team will be and is inside this phase 1.
Second circle coming out. Ooh, okay. We're assuming military base is not going to be in play. This does limit the actual playable landmass area quite heavily, because you also have the water that's cutting out a lot of it. So this is circle 2, but we might see a lot of teams drop out and start engaging as if this was like potentially circle 3 going into circle 4 already, as Revolution lose one of their players to Conquer Iraq. Conquer Iraq playing Caliga, playing extremely split here. I don't know if he was ready for a team to push just yet, but they get the opening knock and confirmation onto Alahi, and the rest of Conquer Iraq, they're here to fight. They pull up to support their teammate of Caliga.
I don't mind a reposition from Revolution, but clearly they were caught off guard in that way, because like you mentioned, it wasn't exactly a full squad. Conquer Iraq being in that position, Caliga was on his own. The rest of the squad of Conquer Iraq are there to support Smoker with a lovely day. Does get a knock onto one of the Revolution players to potentially make it a 3v3 even fight. Headquarters should in some way hear the shots in front of them. However, there is a team that's maybe getting in between Headquarters and third partying the action between Revolution and Conquer Iraq. I like where both teams are positioned. I think there's a bit of a standoff because of how well both teams are laid out. I do appreciate as well that QHD is trying to be proactive, trying to find the angles.
Yeah, Revolution playing really well defensively, getting a nice little spread, not making sure they don't have any areas that they could be exposed from. And actually, Caliga does not get revived. Caliga bled all the way through.
Yeah.
I almost want to say that was a little bit of a mistake from the Conquer Iraq side, because you see Revolution, they're not heavy pressuring them, so they should have been able to readjust or counter pressure just enough to be able to get that revive off. Of course, couldn't accurately see exactly what entailed as far as that revive, but now we're down to 3v3. Both teams looking to just play very patient and just to wait it out almost.
I actually commend Conquer Iraq for not instantly going for the revive and not maybe being a little bit desperate to try and reposition and go for a revive, because they don't know exactly where the Revolution players are set up. It's a really good defensive position from Revolution. And I think that's why CONQUEROR are standing back a little bit and are thinking, look, we've lost a player. It's fine. We can still trade this out. They know it's a 3v3. Of course, the longer both of these teams leave to engage, the easier the chances we get into phase 3 that they could get third party. The blue zone is closing in. Nobody opted to go for Military Island.
Highland Wolf. Highland Wolf. Highland Wolf. Maybe we'll see that circle shift come out now. Quick little chat. Prayers to Highland Wolf. Maybe we'll get... Oh, that's still pretty crazy.
That's
okay.
That's a half a Highland Wolf. That's just a Highland.
Yeah, we're heading into Fairy Pier and much of the circle in the water, so this is going to be a mass exodus of teams. Both Revolution and Headquarters, or Revolution and CONQUEROR Iraq, they are in this zone, so I think they're going to just hold this place down as you see Nigma Galaxy and various other teams on that minimap getting in their vehicles and going for a Fairy Pier because the real estate there just got really hot.
And 1 million were already located there. They are maybe repositioning a little bit, which isn't a bad thing because maybe they weren't expecting the circle to shift right on top of them in that regard. So they're the center of attention. Twisted Minds on the eastern side. Next, standing up and looking to be the next player to get a knock for his side onto the members of CONQUEROR Iraq. Groza is able to find a knock onto Smoker. That gives the advantage over the CONQUEROR Iraq. That's the opening they need, but that molly not quite there. A little bit too short. Next down on the dip is at risk of nades, but I think he's hanging onto the cliffside in the right way, but he takes a hell of a lot of damage. He gets knocked, and while QHT was going for the revive, that's allowed CONQUEROR Iraq to push forward. Smokers up to full health. QHT down to half. Switches over to the M4. Tries to play on the right hand side of the dip, but he's going to get knocked. Groza with the DP28. Smoker is now the last player standing. It's going to be a 1v1 fight won by CONQUEROR Iraq.
In that situation, that's where you definitely do not go for the revive. You hold for that push, and if you get a knockback, maybe you can balance out the situation, pressure back, and then go for that revive. 4K Esports down to their last player, and yet they get taken out by Twisted Minds. We're down to 50 players already. This is only Circle 3 going into Circle 4. Many teams already taking up that Fairy Pier position here. You see Nigma Galaxy, KURD12, and 1 million. Great grenade out of the 1 million side. KURD12 down to, I think, just, one player. They went for that Fairy Pier hot real estate, but it was already occupied by 2 other teams, and they are taken out by the Nigma Galaxy side. Free coming in with that DP. KURD12 out of this game with only 0 points gained.
Oh, that means they only have 2 more chances to secure their spot into this third Super Weekend. They only have 1 Super Weekend underneath their belt, so they need, and I mean categorically need, this third Super Weekend. 1 million. Another team not really looking the safest despite having the first Super Weekend, 2 Super Weekends secured. Nigma Galaxy Roof gonna go in for the 1v1, and nade from Jabal doesn't quite connect. He's gonna disengage around the side of the building. Next circle did pop up, by the way. Zutena has shifted away from the water.
That's a very nice circle shift. We don't have a lot of water in play, but that western side is gonna be quite interesting to see what happens. We have like 8 teams, 8 teams on that western side, not in the circle. And the west side of the map, all there is that sprawling hillside with not much cover. We're gonna see a lot of snakes kind of snake in there, or at least trying to fight their way in on the western side, and then end up having to snake to stay alive. As Nigma Galaxy, they get the circle, so they're going to continue this fight. They're going to continue the pressure. It's a 4v3 situation. They already confirmed 1 player earlier, so they're feeling a bit more confident about pressuring and taking this fight with 1 million. Great nade, though, by Edie onto Ralph.
That's the opening 1 million need. Take out the PMGC finals 3rd place team would be a hell of a confidence boost in their fight to qualify into the league finals. The security isn't quite there, though, as hanging on to the side of the wall. The rest of the Nigma Galaxy crew have a bit of a high ground in place. Jabal is going to lose the 1v1. Maybe goes a little bit too heavy on his own. ZD gets a counter knock, but takes a hell of a lot of damage. Around the corner they go. ZD stays alive. Stays alive as Jabal going to swing around the corner. Mord left on his own to fend off, but this is just one player left for Nigma Galaxy. Lord, and he's in that building up above. Very little chance to support the rest of his team. 1 million. They have this fight secured in my eyes.
Great job by the 1 million. And also, it came down to a fraction of HP in terms of if Nigma Galaxy can get that trade or not. I would say that was a calculated risk and it did not go in their favor. But I do respect the fact Nigma Galaxy never went for that revive when their player got knocked. That's exactly how you should play it. They knew they were going to get pushed and they mounted that defense and they got it very close, but 1 million just edging them out. I would have to say Lord's position does make sense, but he could not find a better position to support his teammate in that fight, and maybe he should have even readjusted. YaLLa with the beautiful nade onto Rod. Both of these teams here are fighting for the edge of the circle. These compounds are in play, and YaLLa, this team's been looking stronger and stronger as the days have gone on.
Headquarters, by the way, still up as a full squad on the western side of the circle. They've Shelby down on the southeastern side. Southwestern side, should I say, and the other three players across the road on the direct western side of this circle. So I think they're well adjusted, well suited for reposition inside the next shift. We'll have to wait and see as CONQUEROR, they won the fight against Revolution and now they hold the center of the circle, hoping that he can continue to help his team win these fights against Rad. Powerful is going to get knocked. Munir is going to be traded up. Satan is left with Sadat. Fend off the rest of YaLLa. Tanji gets a knock down to half health for Rad. Sadat, last player up. Low balls and A down from the top of the building. Plays around, jumps out the window. Beautifully played out by Sadat, but Ragnar is there to save the day and keep YaLLa alive.
Ooh, the third-party shots by Dunak actually coming into play there. Dunak picking up no elimination, so putting in a lot of damage. Not confirm any points. The circle has shifted down to the southeastern side, keeping Fairy Pier in zone and keeping the bunker side that we saw CONQUEROR Iraq at earlier, taking their fight, also still in the zone. They're going to have to be able to mount that defense as only a three-man team, though.
CONQUEROR on the northern side. The circle is still theirs to control. The rest of Mind Weapon iKURD, the rest of Twisted Minds are going to have to fight them on their way in. NASR down on the southern edge. They have themselves up as a full squad. 11 teams left, 33 players alive. I love the fact that YaLLa at least made it out of the compound, out of the blue, and closer to the edge of circle. 1 million. Oh no, it's going so wrong for them as Headquarters, the team that wants to make it into the third super weekend, are gonna crush their spirits and crush their dreams. Headquarters get 4 elimination points.
Very good full send by Headquarters. They committed with their 4 players and they took it. I saw yesterday they had 4 players alive and were scared to do that crash, but they crashed in and won that fight. Lost 2 players. Good job by them. YaLLa on the northwestern side. This is where it's going to be extremely difficult. There's 3 teams out of zone and they're fighting each other. And by the time they make it into the edge of this zone, they have a 3-man team of CONQUEROR Iraq with a mounted defense ready for them. YaLLa Ragnar driving around the car, finds players sneaking in, and jumps out and eliminates that one. Very well done by Ragnar. Now he's got to run in on foot, though, as the CONQUEROR Iraq team looking to mount this defense and stop YaLLa short from making it into zone.
Man, YaLLa like rabid animals, climbing through the wind, the forests of Erangel. It's theirs for the taking. But of course, they're going to be met by the bears of CONQUEROR Iraq as down they go towards the blue zone and the shots of Riva. It's valiant effort by YaLLa. 9 teams are left and CONQUEROR Iraq, I said the hillside was theirs and they've done such a good job as only a 3-person team to secure this hillside against the likes of Twisted Minds and YaLLa.
They secure the hillside, but the hillside is no longer in play on the next circle as Ali. They're not aware he's here, but the reaction time out of Ali. Ooh, down to 1 HP. Conqueror losing another player. That is not what they want to do, especially with this new circle shift. They wanted to keep that player alive. They need to push this player together as a team. Just 2v1 it. You don't have the zone. Secure another elimination points or use some Util. Ali's stuck behind a slim cover right here. Good flank.
Why you 1v1?
But good adjustment.
Why? No. I don't like the fact that they went for the flank. It should have just been a 2-man push. They've allowed Ali to swing around. They've allowed Ali to reposition. All the while, the nade did damage on the Reva, so he's down to less than half health. And as he plays on the underside, he gets one knock. Unfortunately, can't get the second. Good effort, Ali.
Ali did dance around that beautifully, and yeah, the flank, you might be right. I saw the flank coming around the side. I thought it was a good one, but Ali just even played that even better. Usually that flank, we would see a player just get shot in the side, but Ali with the wherewithal to move around and counter that flank. Circle is closing now. Imperium, Conqueror rack down to 2. They got to make it in. Dunak with 2 players in. 7 Reef looks like he might just be looking to play spoiler as his teammate is closer to that zone than he is.
The mine weapons still fighting on the eastern side. You're going to have to deal with NASR and Falcon, although Falcon has only left alive. Late and the Reef, the 2 players left for Dunak. So much experience in their back pockets, but can they use that experience to get rid of Conqueror Rack? At least one is down. Not much Groza could really do moving out of that building. Reva does make it into the edge of the circle. Oh, unfortunately, I speak too soon as Falcon goes down. NASR able to get the final blow.
NASR and 963, the only 2 teams with 4 players still alive. Everyone down to just a 2-man team as Dunak, one of their players, gets taken down by Twisted Minds. 7 Reef, last one up. We'll run down for that revive. Down to 1 HP. A little bit of a risky run, but he does manage to use the foliage of the tree to get that soft cover to go for that revive. Circle is closing, and we are about to soon hit the next shift on this Erangel match.
I suppose technically he had to move down that hill to get into the circle. So it was like, look, do or die. I'll give it all or nothing, and it worked out. It worked out indeed, but now with 5 teams left, we're inside phase number 7. As centers up, nobody is inside the circle except for one solitary NASR player. Lovely play by Lath as he gets a knock into one of the Twisted Minds. He makes it count. He makes it work. But of course, headquarters will have heard those shots from the building in the underside just above them. They're not punishing them. Dunak able to pick apart the members of Twisted Minds.
We're down to 4 teams. NASR still able to have 4 up, but 963, they're going to look to push NASR as the zone has shifted towards NASR's direction, and they got a knock. That grenade might be good, but the smoke runs out. Oh, that is one of those mistakes that you hate to see. You lay down a smoke and you think you have the cover, but just as it runs out, you get shot. As headquarters also looking to punish NASR. Both teams trying to work in tandem to take down the juggernaut that is NASR, because they're the only team with 4 players left up in the match.
Miracle is going to get knocked, but that's a secondary Miracle nade being thrown up by Hassan, beautifully cooked to take down one of the 963 players. Instantly repositions. Of course, he kind of had to with the blue zone, but I really appreciate that reaction and understanding that now is the time to move in. He's done his job. Replay the move. No sap. Was able to play inside the smoke to pull off a first aid. Headquarters lose another player. All the while, Dunak have been able to move into the northern edge of the circle absolutely untouched.
Dunak took down their side of the circle, that north side, so they will have that side to their own as the two teams down south trying to finish it out. Looks like NASR will take things into their hands as they eliminate another team. Now we're down to 4v2 situation. Dunak, they have a rich side. If NASR all push too aggressively, Dunak could win this, but they smoked themselves out. That's the problem. Dunak can't even fight back because they can't see anything, and NASR is going to take advantage of the smokes laid out. 4v1. It is not looking good for Reef. Reef should be taken down, and that should be a good, solid chicken for the NASR team. I think they did a really good job in controlling that eastern side of the map of Ferry Pier, and they spaced out enough to control it well within reach so that they can move around freely and pressure all the teams that were trying to fight for the western side of Ferry Pier. It makes sense. West side of Ferry Pier has a lot more buildings and congested areas of play, keeping a lot of teams just kind of alive and next to each other into the late game, and they weren't able to maneuver as freely as the NASR team that controlled the east side of Ferry Pier.
Exactly, and Dunak, of course, did a great job of moving into the northern edge of that late circle because of all the distraction between headquarters 963 and NASR. On one hand, it's also a little bit unfortunate because if NASR had suffered even one casualty in the kind of action of those three teams that I just mentioned, it probably would have been less of an aggressive push coming out from NASR. But also, you're dead right. Those smokes by Dunak did not help them at all. Still, a much needed second place result for Dunak, 17 points, as well as headquarters. That's 7 points in the first game, 12 points in this second game. That's 19 points in 2 games. They started on 19 points. That's 38 points with 2 more games to go. Headquarters, book your ticket into the third Super Weekend, guys. Let's go.
Headquarters definitely wanting to try and make at least one Super Weekend, and they're pulling it out. They're doing really well today so far. Yesterday, Headquarters, I alluded it briefly during the match, during that push, but when they had 4 players yesterday, they were so hesitant to push a compound in the late game, and they kind of floated about and then eventually got taken out. This game, though, I think they learned from yesterday's mistake, and they went for that full send push of 4v4 potentially, and they managed to keep 2 up and win that fight, and they got a lot more placement points, a lot more elimination points too. On the second page, though, KURD Esports, not looking good. A big 0 point right there. RTG Esports, only 1 point, but hey, they already got the chicken in the very first game today. I think they're sitting comfortable for the Super Weekend this week.
And like I said, the most important thing as well, even coming into this game for the likes of Headquarters, was that Revolution, who had an extra game in hand over them in that position below, that they got a bad result. Despite what Headquarters got, that was only 1 point secured by Revolution. So even a bigger cushion as we get into these final 3 games created for the likes of Headquarters. And of course, 4K, despite them only getting 2 points in this second game, it was 20 secured in game 1. That's 22 in 2 games. That's an average of 11 each game. You can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, we're going to show the overall rankings again here. RTG, of course, sitting comfortably in first overall for this week's league stage. They've already secured 2 chicken dinners, so that does put them a little bit above everybody else. Coming down into the mix of things, Falcons having a very strong league week. Of course, we want to see if Team Falcons, a team that's been doing okay overall in the Super Weekends, I would say they should be able to push it just a little bit harder, do some more standout performances. But the league stage to start warming up in, looking good. Twisted Minds looking pretty strong, 30 elimination points. Actually, more placement points than elim points, so that's curious to see. Now, second page, though, Imperium, this is where we want to keep our eyes at. This is what we want to talk about heading into the Super Weekend.
Oh, man. Dunak, 14th with 37 points, 6 games played. Headquarters, 38.6 games played. 4K, 40 points, 6 games played. This is so good. And even 1 million, 50 with 6 games played. they're on a total of 28 points. They need to go a little bit further with 2 more games in hand. But as we look at the final page, KURD 12, Revolution, Triple D, and Stalwart, those are your 4 teams currently not making it in.
Triple D, they need to start picking it up. I feel like this Triple D team is feeling the pressure. We don't know why they missed Super Weekend week 1, because they did miss the first one, and then they made the second one and absolutely crushed it. Whatever's happening to them might be what happened to them in the first week. I wrote it off as, it was the very first week of the tournament. They just didn't have their stuff together. But then when they crush it in a Super Weekend like the way they did, I'm expecting them. I said at the start of the day yesterday, I like Triple D. Like, I don't have any concern or worry for them at all making it to the third Super Weekend. But now that the pressure's on, I'm not sure what's going wrong with them.
It also could be, let's be maybe a little bit harsh. It could have just been a lucky. Okay, not when I say lucky, I don't mean literally lucky, but that kind of perfect blend of solid gameplay and that little bit of luck in a Super Weekend from Triple D. To give you a little bit of an example, when we go back to the PMPL fall split in 2021 for Western Europe, there's a team called LMV who weren't playing badly. Definitely, comparison, were playing better than Triple D, but they had one amazing Super Weekend, which they never matched again throughout the whole of the PMPL Western Europe. It happened to be also the second Super Weekend, coincidentally. But that's what I look at as a comparison. It's not that, Triple D can't perform in the way they did in Super Weekend number 2, but maybe they're at the point where it's just not consistent enough, that it's not, they need a little bit more experience under their belts to get there in a bit more of a consistent way. And that last weekend was just that perfect, perfect storm, as they might call it. And that's unfortunately the case as we look at the upper moments of game number 2.
Yeah, so we started off with a huge fight between Revolution there and KONQUEROR Iraq. Of course, KONQUEROR Iraq kind of came out on top, not making the mistake of trying to go for a revive too early. And the fighting was very kind of wild all throughout the match due to the fact that we had so much of the circle already just not playable area very early on.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of very well isolated team fights. I think even in the later stages of the game, because he had the kind of volatility of the Ferry Pier buildings and the high ground up on the north and that kind of Ferry Pier hill, it did lead to some really nice, well isolated team fights. It was only maybe when kind of Twisted Minds third partied and Dunak were kind of being put under pressure that we saw a little bit more instability. And of course, that last fight between headquarters 963 and NASR, that's where a little bit more third partying came involved.
Yeah, and we've seen quite a few Ferry Pier zones, I feel like, throughout the duration of this tournament. So a lot of the teams are also just very comfortable when it comes to rotating down there and which positions they want to take. So the fights are definitely very clean and executed. We didn't see too many messy scraps back and forth. There was always one team just managing to find that small advantage and finding that chink in the armor and executing the rest of it out.
Yeah, well, you know what also is going to be clean? Our transition to the break. We've got 3 more games to go. Don't go anywhere. See you guys in a bit. Welcome back to the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split League Week 3 Day 2, brought to you by the almighty legends that are Oppo. Upgrade your performance and upgrade your fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the Oppo Reno 6 series, the brand new phone that's designated for the PUBG Mobile Middle Eastern and African esports across 2022.
And you can also use those Oppo phones to get in on the conversation and join us over at #PMPL. You can find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and of course, TikTok. We have our, social handles up on the screen. Just make sure you add us and #PMPL, and we join in the conversation with you. I mean, I'm talking to Imperium all day, and to be honest, sometimes I get tired of the conversations I have with them. So I'd like to talk to some of you guys too, and I think Imperium would feel the same. I know you love me, Imperium, but I'm sure you hear my voice all the time, and we like to get some second opinions.
It's been days since I've talked to you, like this, and man, that hurt.
It's just some on-screen banter, Imperium. Come on, we're homies out here.
I'm crying. Okay, no, I know you're joking. It's all good. Yeah, 110%. Let us know. Of course, join in on the conversation, because this is such an important day. This is really, again, like I alluded to, the days that I absolutely love. They're very important, and we're seeing genuinely an exciting shakeup. We're seeing these teams that are, to be fair, stepping up when it matters.
Stepping up indeed. And next match is going to be Miramar. This is probably the day out of all the days that teams need to step up the most, not only because we're nearing the final super weekend, but this map rotation in particular is the most difficult map rotation we've had all tournament long. 3 Miramar games. Miramar, like we said, is a map that requires the most amount of map knowledge, most amount of teamwork, and the most amount of precision when it comes to engaging in these fights, because there's so many different angles between the high ground, low ground, and of course there's hard cover all spread out through the entirety of the map.
You're dead right. And another game, another group exiting the mix. That's going to be Group C. Twisted Minds, Team Rad, NASR Esports, and 4K. The only team that's really at risk across not only this league week but the super weekend. Team Rad a little bit, because they're 13th in the overall rankings of the super weekend points on 173. But in terms of this league week, they're comfortably in 9th with 45 points. So that's why I say no real risk. It's all about 4K. They're going to be watching in the background, hoping that all the teams down below them in the league week standings have a bit of a poor performance.
The team I'm going to keep my eye on quite heavily is Triple D this match. Triple D right now in 19th overall for the league play, sitting at 19 points. But of course, with a team missing the very first super weekend, that team is also not sitting too comfortably in super weekend points either, sitting at 14th place overall when it comes to their super weekend points at 161.
You look at Triple D, I'm going to be looking at KURD 12. Even riskier of a situation they're in, as they're on a total of 27 points, but they've played an extra game. And like I said, they are the one team, or one of the 4 teams, that are not going to be competing in the final game. So this is their 3rd game. This is their 2nd last game. They need at least, in my eyes, at least 12 points. If they get 2 12-point games, that's 24. That will put them on 41. I look at that as a secure way to play into the final game of the day, or to, of course, miss out on that final game of the day for KURD 12.
Missing the final game is always just not the best feeling, because usually if you do play the final game, you have a very accurate picture in your head just how many points you need to get to a certain position. But when you don't play the final game, the reverse is in effect. Other teams will have a better idea of where you finished out and exactly what they need to do to make it past you. As far as all the teams for this match goes so far, though, the playing path was pretty fair. Everybody dropping out of the playing path pretty spread out. No teams really close next to each other. And the circle, the very first circle, is on the eastern side of the map with La Bendita right in the middle. So it's not a super hard eastern circle either, where sometimes we see, a lot of the water potentially being in play on Miramar, or at least shifting east to a point where it's more like Impala might come into question and into the mix.
You're dead right, Zute. KURD 12, they're yet to really start looting up inside this phase 1, but that's because they took vehicles down on the southern side of the map and they're heading towards Porto Priso. So even though they're late in the looting phase, they're already inside the circle, so they only have a short distance to go to get into a solid position. And plus, there's very few teams, at least as of right now, on that eastern side of the map.
So they will have easier rotations, in theory, for the rest of the match. Yes, in theory. We do see a lot of teams, though, they kind of utilize those wrapping rotations too. And more oftentimes than not, if the circles do shift more towards the east, putting it in favor of KURD 12, we'll have teams wrapping from the northeast and the southeast and kind of pincer in from the north and the south, because teams don't like rotating straight down the center of Miramar. And in fact, I personally believe there are timings where probably the fastest and safest route is straight through the center, because so many teams think it's not safe, and so many teams will try those wrapping rotations. And we've seen it in effect in previous tournaments. At least last year goes, we saw that shift where a lot of teams utilize those wrapping rotations because they think it's not safe to go down the middle, because it's like, we're already so late on the rotation. No way we could go down the middle. Everybody's going to be taken up in the middle, and then all the teams end up wrapping. But that meta might change from year to year as teams adapt, not just from, the experience from the game, but just from the meta shifts over the course of the different years and to the development of the competitive state.
I always remember that when I commentated the PMCO North America, when that was something you pointed out, and it's always stuck with me, and I've been way more observant of that. Of course, I'll advocate the kind of the more kind of side rotations on the west and the east, and teams looking to protect it, but I've also been looking out on the timing of a really well executed straight down the middle rotation. One team that I think struggled with it to begin with was Down One Gaming back in the PMGC East League stage, but they cleaned it up really well, and they fixed it so that when they knew it was right, they pulled it out, and it really worked out for them. Hell, they ended up winning the PMGC East League stage, so it definitely worked out.
Blue zone starting to close on in now. Teams are starting to set up in the very first circle. We see KONQUEROR Iraq setting up north of La Bendita with a pretty decent 1-1-1 split, or should I say a 1-2-1 split, taking the high grounds and then also controlling the Minas Generalis area. Here we have Triple D, the team that I'm keeping an eye out for. They're going to be rotating from the northwest side of the map, and with the circle being pretty far east, you're going to have to end up playing most of the early stages of the game just edging into the circle, but they might be able to utilize a nice hard shift towards a certain direction and make a nice rotation to set themselves up for the rest of the game too.
I'm looking at 1 million as well, Zute, and they dropped in Al Azhar. They have the kind of Al Azhar junkyard hills to really control and use to protect the more northern edge of the circle. And I would like to think that teams like Triple D and maybe Falcons will be a bit aware that it can be hard to breach on the northern side or the northeastern side of the circle from that position, and that's why they're opting to, for the most part, avoid it a little bit more inside phase 1.
Rico Infinity just now leaving the San Martin area. Prestige checking out the sand. It's quite beautiful sand indeed, Prestige. It's got a boost running too. So maybe just taking a sip of this good old soda and contemplating life a little bit. At least he's in cover, right? That's the important thing. We have Shelby up there looking over his way, but not able to spot anything out. Headquarters, this team, they play very close together. I've noticed throughout the course of today and yesterday's games, they've been just sticking very tight-knit, and they're utilizing more of a brute force kind of strategy right now for these matches, and it's working for them. It's getting them enough points, at least, to put themselves into a qualifying position. We have the map on the screen, Imperium. Next circle, heading into circle 2. This could change a lot for a lot of these teams.
You're right about Headquarters. I wouldn't call it a passive style, but it's a very safe style, and considering, you know, the position they're in and the situation they're facing, yeah, they're right to play this kind of play style. The circle shifts up towards the northwest, away from the eastern coastal line. It's also the kind of circle where a good 85% of the teams are already inside it.
Also a circle that's played out extremely often, so teams should be really familiar with this one. And I like this circle too, just like the first circle we had on Miramar. The roadways, it goes from east to west, north to south, so many intersecting roadways, making it very easy for many of these teams to rotate around it. And also you have the hard cover involved as well. A lot of hard cover and different real estate to be taken up too. So this is going to be this is looking like to shape up kind of similar to game number 1 as far as the pacing and just how clean the rotations and fights should go.
963 seem to be going a little bit too deep from the Picado roadside, and one of their players, Zuxi, I think it is, got knocked out through the vehicle blown up, I believe, by YaLLa, but RTG are on that kind of Picado hillside as well, so 963 in a very risky spot. Revolution, they go in for a little bit of a crash onto the compound held onto by Headquarters, and they pay the price. Why only send 2 players in? If you're going to go in for a compound crash, in my eyes, you send at least 3 players in, and you have 1 in the back line supporting. So I believe a bit of a mistake being played out, as that's a lovely nade through the window of the building by Shelby. Now the rest of Revolution are there, but Shelby, you're going a little bit big on your own. Hey, I get it, but you're not made of balls of steel. Luckily, it's going to be traded up. Enemy didn't know that QHD was around by the side of the boxes, and luckily, Naya is there. Actually, it's a third party by Rico to finish off Revolution.
Rico Infinity, I love this third party. It's not a committed third party. They're near the center of the map. They don't want to get third party themselves, so they have a huge spacing between the players. If you look at the top right of your mini map, they have a player holding way further back at the compound, a player on the hillside managing their flanks, and then an off angle by Prestige. So this is a slow burn and choke of a third party.
Oh,
and
no.
now that they feel like they can commit to it, Triple D come in and third party them. Just as I was saying, they were setting up the position so well. It bites them in the butt quite literally, and now Rico Infinity, they think different, and they're going to reset, and they're going to lose out on 1 player.
Yeah, sometimes it's quite tough to know exactly what's going on around you. I would say maybe Prestige was a little bit tunnel visioned. If the rest of his team were spread out, he should have been looking behind. I know he was there to have a bit of a side angle onto Headquarters, but if the team aren't fully pushing Headquarters, there's no need to stay looking every single second towards the members of Headquarters. Either way, the revive nearly coming out, but Gaith or Triple D does get a second knock onto Ida. The next phase does pop up, and it shifts over to the eastern side of the map.
Now that Nigma Galaxy saw what happened with Rico Infinity, and Rico Infinity scrambling to revive that player, Rico Infinity should just let that player go, but now Nigma Galaxy takes Rico Infinity's previous spot, and you can see how everything just falls apart.
God.
I thought Rico Infinity were aware, right? Because I complimented them. They had a split going. They didn't commit to that third party. They know they're in the center of the zone. But the second they did decide to do that, my fear of exactly what would happen, happen. So Rico Infinity slipping up just a little bit. The circle, like you mentioned, though, shifting hard to the east. We have the high mountaintops of Minas Generalis coming into play now. The terrain has completely shifted. The road access ways, there's only one roadway. Everything else, you have to rotate by car up steep hills. So a lot of the playing fields has been changed.
I don't know exactly what happened with CONQUEROR, but from what I can deduce, 1Million pushed in a little bit aggressively in a good way up onto the high ground hills of Minas and got 2 eliminations onto the CONQUEROR player. So good job 1Million as they fight to make it into this Super Weekend number 3, as do Triple D, who are facing up against Nigma Galaxy. The remaining players of Rico run away with their tail between their legs, which I don't disagree with, being honest, all the while headquarters stand tall on the western edge of Phase 3.
Headquarters on the edge of the circle, but the benefit to their position is that they control that road that can be used to lead into the rest of the map. That compound, extremely critical for that reason alone now in this new circle. Nigma Galaxy trying to work their way in. Might take a fight with Triple D. It actually seems like they're going to just rotate around it. They'll find another edge position a little bit further north. Triple D holding a 3-1 split, so their gatekeep is a little bit deeper than Nigma Galaxy might expect.
I love that split from Triple D. Push on the other side of the road at the point far away from headquarters in the comfort of a compound. And you can see that's working out so well, repositioning and pushing Nigma towards the members of RTG who are coming in a little bit later inside this Phase 3. Comfortable stuff from Triple D despite the struggles that they're having so far in this league week.
They're doing a very good job at keeping their backs clean, or at least pressuring out enough so that a team can't flank them and take a full committed fight. Problem is, though, on this next circle shift, oh, never mind. That's not a problem at all for Triple D as they get the circle favoring them towards the northwest, and that compound that they did a 3-1 split in, well, now they have a nice foothold to play in on the next zone and the subsequent circles.
But the hill directly to the east of that compound that push was in is massively important. So it's really valuable that they move across and they look to really challenge Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy should be challenged by the northern team of RTG as well. One of the players of Nigma Galaxy, Hamodi, going down in the play zone. I do believe he probably got shot up by Triple D and got low enough that the play zone ticked him off. We don't usually see a player go down to the play zone this late in the game unless if they're actually just stuck out there. So Hamodi getting tagged up. Rest of everyone else, though, have to migrate a little bit further north as the circle did hard shift to that northern side. This high top mountain area still in play at 1Million, holding a nice split. Stalwart UAE getting a knock on to Reef as Dunak try to find their edge position on as well.
Card 12, they have a player down, so they're just 3 players up. Dunak, they are going to have to stay a little bit safer. They have the comfort of the circle compared to Stalwart UAE, but Vankeep being able to drive around and flanking on that northeastern side will carve an entry point into the circle for Stalwart UAE. Falcons up on the northern side, a big controlling position for them.
I do believe Rico, Rico Infinity's last player did just get taken out. The mine weapon iKURD pushing up onto Dunak. Dunak is heavily pressured here with the UMP. I love that staggered push. It's a one-man close-range army with the 3 other players further in the back with the supporting sightlines. And the mine weapon coming in strong right here. Nigma Galaxy taken out as predicted.
Yes.
They were sandwiched between RTG and Triple D. Not much they could do. And Triple D, that's that, traffic control that really set them up to eliminate a team. And it's not so much they had to do the work to eliminate them. They pushed the team in a way which forced them in a terrible position. and it kind of clears up the circle as a consequential effect.
I wish the viewers could see the map right now, because the spread Triple D have, although it's not on top of the hill, but going from north to south is so good around the compound that Push was in. Headquarters did make it across the road into the southwestern edge of the circle. 1million still holding on to the sprawling mountainside of Minas Generalis. KAMIKAZE playing in on the south below them. KURD 12 still 3 players up. Surprise is a little bit on his own. He might be looking to drive away and join up with the rest of his team.
Next circle about to shift out. Triple D still has a lot of work for them to do, but that nice foothold will be a nice launching point for them into the rest of the game. Falcon with a very nice spread on the eastern side, and the circle will shift down south. 1million. This is going to be a big game for them, as they have 2 players on that high ground. Those 2 players should be able to see almost all the fights going on heading into this next circle phase.
It's all about what the other 2 players can do and how much the 2 players on the high ground can be as a supporting duo. And that's what I like. Now they're starting to get into vehicles and head back down south to be as a bit more of a 4-man team. It's not that they're massively grouping together, but I do appreciate that response from 1million based on this circle shift.
The mine weapon. One of their players, Strahd, just got knocked by the 1million player. And you can see just how strong of a position this is. Able to confirm the thirst as well. Smoke comes out, so good smoke. It's got to be careful. But even if this player goes down, he could get revived. So in theory, they could peek and shoot all they want, and no matter how many times you knock them, they will be able to get revived. As just as I say that, one of their players gets knocked but instantly traded. 1million readjusting their positions quite well to prioritize the top. And they're just raining down hellfire on everybody.
Beautiful. Just spraying into the smoke. It's a little bit easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then ZT, I can see, I believe he threw a nade down on the hill. I'm not sure. No, not quite. Aziz is now with Othman, the last 2 players alive. They've really got a little to go in terms of position. They got little cover, but they are at least on the southern edge of the circle, and they're in this isolated fight with 1million.
1million getting a lot knock onto YaLLa now, just taking shots everywhere. YaLLa getting a nice SLR lock back. Headquarters using that compound, controlling this mountainside. That compound definitely helping them out, similar to Triple D's compound, right? But now they're going to be clashing on that northwestern side. Triple D versus Headquarters. Both of these teams still need to secure a couple more points to really cement them into that super weekend coming up. Triple D versus Headquarters. Also taking shots long range at another team. One of the Triple D does get knocked by the Headquarters side, though.
This is a more important fight for Triple D. Let's be fair. Gaith throws out a molly. The blue zone is encroaching in. Headquarters were able to initially send 2 players into the edge of the circle, but a lovely nade by Safe is going to open the door, and Humam drops down. The third party, I believe, is going to get the end of Shelby's. He's down on his knees, and Drip is the last player alive for Headquarters. Triple D are getting it done. They're doing the job they need to do to stay alive, but with only 3 elimination points and still 9 teams alive, they still have a lot more to do.
Circle does favor them, though, so if Humam could just lay low and potentially grenade these 2 players in front of him, that would be the play. Does he have a grenade, though? I don't think he does. Fires off the Uzi, misses a lot of the shots, and the bullets just completely matrix across Rip. Shelby last one up now, and I think the
what? Oh, okay. By Headquarters, nice game. Good to see you. But down they go, 7 teams left. I love that when you're kind of commenting on something and just you get silenced by what happens in front of you. What can you do?
I don't think I need to say anything about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, YaLLa Esports. They're dealing with it though. They have the circle on that western side. Okay, KAMIKAZE has 2 players left up. I did say that it was an isolated fight against the 1 million. Luckily for them, they do have a tiny bit of an advantage against a few of the 1 million players because they are on that low ground. Fair play to ZT. He pushes forward more on that kind of southeastern side of the circle as Falcons going up against the members of Stalwart UAE.
Falcons has been controlling the eastern side of the circle so well, but that's also due to the nature of the map. A bit more easier to control that eastern side as there were not as many compounds coming in on the west. Now the Falcons, though, taking a 3-1 split, gaining more ground, gaining more angles, being very proactive with the control that they were kind of, you know, favored to have. Stalwart Esports with a 3-man team. I do believe they still need to move a little bit to get into the next zone. They will be gate kept by 1 million and the Falcon team. YaLLa, meanwhile, on the western side, just laying low. They do have 4 players up to make something happen.
The 1 million in 15th place so far in this league play. This will be a hell of a finish. 7 eliminations. Stalwart UAE trying to survive. Easy. Sliver of health, nowhere to turn. Falcons pushing forward and down they go. Team Falcons with 10 double-digit eliminations. YaLLa on the other side. They have the center of the circle, but don't bite off more than you can chew, guys. The 1 million need to push in. So do Team Falcons. Phase 7 is just so good to YaLLa.
Oh, 1 million trying to come over the top for that third party. Yusuf doing a really good job slowing that pushdown, getting a quick knock and confirmation. That's going to make 1 million second guess that third party over the top. They should indeed push it, because if it's not Team Falcons they're fighting, they're going to be fighting a 4-man team of YaLLa. And you see that push. They realize they have a better chance taking this fight. And they're going straight in with the buggy, but he goes down.
Where is Gaga? You have to coordinate that fight. You can't make it a 1v1. And Yusuf survives. He clutches up so hard. But now YaLLa, they're going to be able to reap the rewards, reap the benefits, maybe allowing the revive to come out onto Never Alone all the while. YaLLa just blanketing the remaining members of Team Falcons. This is an easy peasy, lemon squeezy chicken dinner for Falcon as they squeeze the life out of the last remaining Falcons players, and it's a chicken dinner for YaLLa.
That push is what I love to see. I'm sure it was a little bit, the execution was not all there, but for them to understand that timing, they realize the situation. Sure, the zone is towards YaLLa, but we're down to a 2-man.
I know.
We saw in the kill feed, the other team got numerous knocks, and they could tell by the gunfire, that it was at least a 3-man squad, if not a 4-man squad of YaLLa on the other end. And I think they almost realized this as soon as we did, because the second we said this is a fight that they should just take, they need to just take this one, you saw that player hop back in the buggy, and they went for that full send. So very smart decision making by the 1 million. Fast and smart. The execution, of course, won't always be there, but at least they had the right idea.
It was a great game as well. It doesn't take away from it at all. You're dead right. 17 much needed points for 1 million. Now, they don't play this game 4 that's going to be coming up, but they will play game 5. So this is a great confidence builder for them coming into the final day. Of course, despite YaLLa getting the chicken dinner, Team Falcons with those 12 elimination points do end the game with more points on board.
Team Falcons, this is probably the best I've ever seen them play, to be honest with you. And I know it's a league week, but at least it's in week number 3. Hopefully this consistency, this kind of almost newly reformed Falcons team could carry this into the Super Weekend, and then, of course, carry it into the finals that we'll have coming up next week. Now, Triple D, I was keeping a close eye. I feel like they played all of the early stages extremely well. We saw how they maneuvered, how they played their splits, how they maintained control on their side of the zone. But even when you do all those steps correctly, this is just how competitive of a game PUBG Mobile is. You
Yeah.
can do steps 1 through 9 correctly, but if you can't get step 10 down, you still lose out on a lot of points. And Triple D only managed 1 placement point, and they pick up a total of 3 eliminations with 4 points to their names.
KURD12 also only getting 3 points, which is a bit of a shame. But Headquarters, I think they're settled. I think they're good for this third Super Weekend. 19 points in game 1 of the day. 7 points in game 2 of the day. 7 points in game 3 of the day. Once again, like the 1 million, they're not playing in the 4th game. But with the amount of points they've gathered, in my eyes, they're good for this third Super Weekend. They can just breathe a little bit easier. Of course, the hard work is 100% is in front of them. But step 1 is done. They made it into the third Super Weekend in my eyes.
Yeah, it's looking at the points and, like you said, comparing it to the previous 2 Super Weekends, we should see them making it in. And just as we're talking about the points overall here, we do have your overall rankings on the screen. Team Falcons, once again, shooting up there in first place overall with 94 points. And then somewhat of a steep drop off onto second place of RTG. Both Falcons and RTG, these are 2 teams that have not been, performing like the way they are right now in the past 2 weeks. Curious to see if they can manage to do the same thing in the Super Weekend. Twisted Minds staying pretty consistent as far same as YaLLa. And Rico Infinity, well, we saw them first place overall in the Super Weekends for 2 weeks straight. We saw them also get first place last week in the league stage. I think coming into today, they're going to take a little bit of a more relaxed approach, which I think is well-deserved, right? Chill a little bit, focus a little more on the talking and strategizing outside of the game, do some VOD reviews, and just, get ready to lock it in for the Super Weekend and the finals.
Coming into the second half of the second page of the overall standings, Headquarters 45 points. Boom, notch, secured. Take care then, bye now. You're into the third Super Weekend. 1 million, 45 points. Boom, job done. 4K Esports 40. I really want to say that's it, but a part of me, I know they have 2 games, so that I get it, 2 games, but 40 points, it's not quite there. Dunak, 7 games played, 38 points. It's still a little bit hairy for Dunak as well. And at the bottom, KURD12, Stalwart, Revolution, Triple D. 3 games for Stalwart, Revolution, Triple D. Sorry, 2 games left for those 3 teams. It's possible, but it's not going to be easy.
I really want to see Triple D make it into this Super Weekend, just simply because they were almost the stars of the Super Weekend last week, right? And it's like a huge question mark of how good is this team actually? And it's just at 23 points. They have, luckily for them, they have 2 matches left to play. So it is quite doable for them to still make it in. After all, the top 16 is the cutoff mark. It's not like the top 8, top 10. It should be quite feasible for them to accomplish. They just need 1 good game. Just 1. That's all they really need to look for.
Looking in the upper moments of this game 3 of the day in the desert mountains of Miramar, the Mind Weapon iKURD had initially a good start, looking for the Mind Weapon iKURD. KAMIKAZE were able to come in, and Triple D, we saw them pull out so much work, but in the end it became too much as Headquarters got the better of them with the help of, in towards the end, the likes of YaLLa, who third partied at the right moments to take down both of those teams.
And Falcons, the team that ended up winning the match, you saw right there, just the proactiveness on the northeastern side of the map, forcing a lot of the spacing and control onto the teams north towards the south, and the long range shots too, just very accurate. Stalwarts did the best they could here from their position. They kind of resorted to kind of sticking their heads low from that compound, and they got the placements at least. And here's that final push by 1 million. It was a beautiful one to be seen.
It was. It just didn't work out in the end as Youssef clutched up wonderfully to get the turnaround, and YaLLa, they struck. They took him down and they got the chicken dinner. Third game executed by YaLLa. The break is going to be executed by myself as we still have 2 more games to go. Don't go away. We'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
Every time I'm landing in my own way, break a leg. I never see them get
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Welcome back to the PMPL Arabia 2022 Spring Split. Man, Zute, we're getting near the end of this league week 3. Just 2 more games to go, man. Just 2 more games.
2 more games, and it's on Erangel and Miramar. 2 of my more favorite maps to watch as far as the competition goes. It gets really spicy in both maps.
Yeah, of course, it gets spicy. If you want to join in on the conversation, use the hashtag PMPL to let us know what your thoughts are on any and all of the official esports tournaments and the PMPLs across the board. Follow us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok to stay up to date on what's happening and going on in the world of PUBG Mobile esports. We do know what is happening right now. A number of these teams, are fighting, clawing, springing their way to make it into this third super weekend. There's a few teams teetering on the edge, not only in just making it in, but then, of course, getting into the third super weekend, even making it into the final. So there's a lot at stake right now.
I think for the teams that we want to look at as far as, the total super weekends into qualifying potentially for the finals and currently looking to get into that super weekend to begin with, it would definitely be DDD Esports and the KURD 12 team. Both of these two teams not yet secured in the super weekend, and points-wise gathered in the super weekend also not so secured to make it into the finals.
Now, KURD 12, this is their last game of the day. So this is their last chance, their last gasp of breath, per se, to qualify for the third super weekend. It's pretty much do or die for them. As of right now, they're in 17th on a total of 30 points. Remember, I said that cutoff point between the first weekend and the super weekend, first week and the second week, is about 39 points. So all they need is a 10 to 12 point game to really, in my eyes, boom, job secured overall. If they really want to absolutely seal the deal, a chicken dinner minimum would, hey, all good with me. But 10 to 12 points, to me, for any team, shouldn't be outside the realms of possibility. So KURD 12, your back's against the wall. You got to get the job done.
It does come down to this final match for them. We still have one more game after this, but because we have 5 groups, right? Quick reminder to everyone, because we have 5 groups of 4 teams each in each group, there's 20 teams in total competing in the PMPL. We have to rotate the teams around, and they will play a total of the same amount of matches, which is 8 matches for the league stage. So now that we're heading into Erangel, we will know very soon if KURD 12's tournament lives will come to an end on this very match of Erangel.
Playing path on the western side of the map, direct north to south. KURD 12, they're going to go to North George. It's a quick drop spot, therefore it means quick. That's not the game.
Hey, you look
hi,
different,
guys.
Okay. 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 There we go.
Okay, it's back to us. Okay. Cool. Okay.
I thought
it seemed.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna have a rehost. Hopefully, we should find out. Yeah, as far as I know, I think it's going to be rehost, which obviously, as I was leading into, quick drop spot for K12, quick rotational spot would have meant obviously a potential of a good start into this game 4. But as of right now, it's not going to be the case because a rehost is coming out.
This is one of the very few rehosts we've had, so it'll like slow things down. I know as a competitive player, when we hop into the game and then a rehost comes out, the momentum, the team, the prep talk, right before we hop into the game, like, come on boys, we got this, keep it up, we know what we're doing. And then it's just like, oh wait, hold on, we're not starting quite yet. It kind of slows down, the momentum, the pace of whatever the team has built up. And I don't think it'll really
Do
play too much of a factor, but it is a thing, and it's just part of the competition. Really, it happens not just in
it
PUBG
is.
Mobile, but in many other esports as well.
Exactly, because these events are online, so you have many variables at play. The most important
Mhm.
thing is the reason why rehosts happen is for competitive integrity, to give every competitor the best in-game chance to succeed. It's just the psychology of it, right? You mentioned it.
Mhm.
The hype you build up as a team is kind of not necessarily slowed down, but it goes away for a brief period of time. And have you
Yeah.
found that there may be players in your team or even yourself can get a little bit distracted in that time, and you're not that you soften, but that you know that kind of like strength, even if it's just for a brief period of time, kind of goes away.
For me personally, as a player, any extended period of time not in the game kind of works more towards my benefit because I'm a much more cerebral player. That
Okay.
was my role in the game too. I was a captain, I was the IGL. So any time spent not actually playing the game, my brain is just automatically processing and thinking of scenarios, what to do in different situations. But for certain
Okay.
players that are a bit more focused on, the end game aspect of it, like the mechanics, the hitting your shots, the all of that things, extended periods of time, even like short little breaks, kind of, throw off their, I wouldn't say throw off their mechanics, but it definitely gets them a little more angsty because they want to be in the game, they want to move around, they want to start looting, they want to, do all those things. So there is a different, effect on different players, different people when it comes to these short breaks. But I think overall, like you mentioned, the competitive integrity is first and foremost the most important of it all.
What would be, on a side note, what would be a great thing for PUBG Mobile to add is while you're waiting for the room to start, if you could go
Mhm.
into essentially like training mode. I think that would be a great way
Mm.
of helping the players kind of stay warmed up, mechanically speaking, right?
Mhm.
Unfortunately, when you are waiting for the game to start, whether it's a rehost or otherwise, you just have to stay in the room in your spectator slot. Until it happens, it
Oh.
is what it is,
Mhm.
and we'll have to wait and see. The game is, I believe, going to start in the next couple of minutes, so you'll only have to see our faces for a little bit longer. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry
Mm.
about that.
You were
Dang.
you were on the topic of, just players being able to keep more warmed up, right? I didn't realize you were talking
Yes.
about the custom room waiting area, like when you see, 64 up to 64 players, 20 team slots. I thought you were talking about like in the waiting area of like Spawn Island. So I was going to mention like, yeah, they added the fact that you could have a weapon now on Spawn Island, so you can
No,
like move
I was
around and
definitely
shoot and
thinking of
stuff.
the yeah, I was definitely thinking of the kind of in the custom lobby room waiting.
Okay,
That that
okay.
that that time period is what I was kind of thinking of when it comes to the room being
Mhm.
rehosted and that time period per se. You
Gotcha.
do make that good point though about being in Spawn Island and players being able to actually pull out a gun and to shoot it a bit to keep themselves warmed up. Another aspect which I did kind of touch upon is the anxiety of a player, because if you're already a little bit anxious, you're already a
Mhm.
little bit nervous, and you're waiting a little bit longer, you can get inside your own head, and that can
Oh, yeah.
unfortunately lead to a bit of a poor performance.
Yeah, typically, if your mind state isn't in the best of places, like you say you're nervous or anxious, any extended period of time of not being able to just hop into it typically won't make that anxiety or nervousness worse. But luckily for us and for the viewers at home and the players, the rehost has been done and we didn't, waste too much time. We're hopping right back into it. This is match number 4 out of 5. But for some of these teams, this is going to be the very last match of the tournament day. And potentially for KURD 12, this might be the very last match of the entirety of the series for them.
Yeah, RTG, CONQUEROR headquarters, and Dunak not playing in this game. Unfortunately for K12, KURD12, it's not a good play path for them being on the eastern side, so they have to drop a little bit riskily on that kind of western side, or heading towards that western side, look for vehicles. The reason why I say riskingly is because Rico Infinity like to go to Severny, YaLLa like to go to South George. When you're looking for those vehicles, you can at times lose a player.
We've seen some scraps happen as well, and that's also not good for the KURD12 team. An eastern playing path away from where they want to drop, and then also an eastern circle as well, meaning their rotations are going to be quite far behind everyone else. And the other scary thing that may happen is they're going to be coming more likely on the northern side, right? K12 in the future rotations, which kind of puts them in a position to potentially fight with Rico Infinity at the later stages of the game. And Rico Infinity, definitely one of the stronger teams that you do not want to get into an engagement with. So the stacks, or the cards, are definitely stacked against K12. We'll see what they can do on this very last match of Erangel for themselves.
So far, good start. You can see they've all been able to get vehicles ahead of the likes of Rico Infinity, and if anything, YaLLa were the ones that to an extent ended up worse off, although 3 of their players did head down towards Rostock, which, gotta say, good adaptation from YaLLa, to be fair, and in their side. Revolution have gone down to Military Island, so that, you know, question of have they permanently changed up their drop spot is answered per se. Of course, going onto the west in an eastern playing path is always difficult on Erangel, but good play by Revolution to drop in their normal drop spot.
You see 2 players in the prison area taking a little bit of a tango dance, so 1v1. Both players definitely aware of one another. Footsteps, or maybe not. Zuxy's not making any noise here, but with the way Anaconda is zigzagging, knows. Yeah, Anaconda knows. He just doesn't know exactly where. And we saw this fight happen before too when I was with Highland. There was a 1v1, except that time around, one player got completely caught and had no idea there was another player here.
Okay.
But this time around, I think with both players knowing that there's an enemy player here, we might see 963 and 4K.
No.
Yep, 963, the first ones to come in to support their teammate Anaconda, now caught in a deadly 1v2 scenario.
Yeah, good response from 963. Anaconda down to half health. Plays on the left-hand side. Nearly gets knocked. Not quite. They don't waste any time. I like that from 963. I don't mind that 4K didn't look to support Anaconda, but I do appreciate what 963 did at least.
Anaconda did his best he could. I don't know why they do that split, to be honest. If they're not gonna be, if they're not gonna go in to support their teammates, like I'm looking at the minimap. No effort was made. Either nobody has a vehicle on the 4K side, or they have a vehicle, but nobody decided to get in the vehicle to drive over to help. Which, you know, I hope it's not the later, and it's just that they didn't find any vehicle spawns yet. But that's not something you want to see. You have to play together as a team every step of the way if you want to end up being a top team in the world.
Yeah, it's a part of why they essentially have struggled over the first 2 weeks. Let's see if they can improve or build on that improvement coming into Super Weekend number 3 that they have booked their ticket for. Triple D dropped in Novo. Their entry point into this phase 1 is going to be a little bit trickier because of the phase 1 circle complementing the playing path. So Twisted Minds in the farm split, Stalwart UAE dropped in Milton. Now they might not be prioritizing a bridge camp, but the risk is still there for Triple D.
Triple D does need to be careful because we know Twisted Minds, they don't care to play dead center. They love playing around the edges. They love
True.
taking those fights whenever they can. And with a circle like this, Twisted Minds, and we've seen them do it time and time again. They'll set up on the bridge and just wait for the circles to shift more before even thinking about rotating anywhere closer to the center. So Triple D, they should be ready. They should have some sort of plan. They definitely would not. I do not expect them to be caught with their pants down. Not at this stage in the tournament.
KURD12 still looting up North George. They're going to bide their time as the blue zone of phase 1 is about halfway through. Rico and Finney still splitting on the looting phase inside Severny shooting range and otherwise. Teams generally that are outside the circle are kind of taking their time to move in. That makes sense a little bit. KAMIKAZE, 1million, YaLLa, like I said, KURD12. Even the Mind Weapon iKURD to an extent who are very on the edge of the circle, still yet to really move in.
Part of that is due to the playing path. Heavily focused on the eastern side, so all the teams not yet in the circle had to drive to the western side to start their looting phase. So they're a bit behind when it comes to how much time they've got. But also on top of that, it is Erangel. Teams are very comfortable rotating, coming into Circle 2, Circle 3, whatever the case it might be. A very forgiving map when it comes to those rotations. And also such a familiar map that teams don't feel a need to lock down one position. They can play from multiple different positions because we play this map so often in the competitive state.
Big, strong, central split for 963. It's a common split on this area of the map, but for 963, who at times have kind of struggled, they started this game with an elimination point taken down on Anaconda 4K, so maybe that's giving them a little bit more confidence to hold down this kind of big split.
NASR with a very peculiar split. I think Ragnarok's teammates are coming to pick him up or maybe take this fight. Looks like one player's going to drive on in, and it looks like they're going to set up for this fight. I like this out of NASR. They're taking engagements that they don't necessarily need to, but it's because they can afford to. They have the points. They're feeling comfortable.
Exactly.
And they're, in a way, practicing their synergy. And they can isolate this player of Ali, and I love Ragnarok's position. He's got the cross. So if Ali tries to cross back to safety, his position... Oh, I think he just fired off the Scar L shots, though. Yeah, he definitely did. So his position is given up now. And just like that, Ali, that was not the play.
This is what I worried about with NASR, with Ragnarok getting knocked and thirsted, is that you're right that they could suppress and blanket Ali and surround them. But the rest of Mind Weapon, because it wasn't done quickly enough, they reacted in a much cleaner way by holding on to the other angle and picking off one of the NASR players. I appreciate what NASR are trying to pull off, but Mind Weapon were given a little bit too much time to respond.
Yeah, the execution was terrible, and the follow-up by NASR is even worse. Ali getting a nice angle, the supporting fire, gets that first aid off. Easy cleanup for Ali. Might get the 1v4 actually. Give him that 1v4. Ali, just one more shot. Oh, the pre-fire. Is Ali gonna get confirmed? Where is the rest of the Mind Weapon? What took so long? It was a 4v1 situation. Okay, Ali actually did not get confirmed, so that was good.
Yeah.
The support coming in just in time.
I think it was overall well played by Mind Weapon. Ali getting knocked, I think that was just one of those lucky pre-fire from NASR. I overall think that was well played by Mind Weapon.
Yeah, definitely. I thought Ali was going to get confirmed, though. He got pretty close to getting confirmed.
True.
So that's what I was, being a little bit, just more critical
harsher on.
Yeah. It got really close, but really good job by the Mind Weapon. But I have to also say that was a really bad job by NASR right there as well. So kind of both played into effect. But 4 points for the Mind Weapon early on. That's good for them. And we actually have quite a few players going out during that engagement. You see right there on the right-hand side of your screen, K12 down to just one player. We have no idea what happened, but I'm looking at the mini-map. There are like 5 teams all smacked right in the center of the zone, fighting each other right now.
It was Rico Infinity. Because Rico Infinity have 3 elimination points. K12 have 1 player. That's simple math right there. Plus, you said that could have been the case. You called it. You called that was a risky K12. And you don't need to have a god level. You don't need to have a god level view of the map to understand that that's a risk. That's just common sense. And I'm sorry, KURD12, but you gotta understand the risks, and it's quite obvious they didn't.
I'm looking at the mini-map, and a lot of the Rico Infinity players have just rotated in from the blue zone.
Yeah.
Meaning they set up for KURD12's rotation. It was a very predictable rotation by KURD12. And
exactly.
I'm just gonna put it like this, Imperium. I haven't competed for a year plus, and that was something that I even knew to watch out for if I was on the K12 team. So for them to go down the way they did, I mean, I don't want to say it's well deserved, but come on. Like, you should have known better. It's definitely should have known better.
Yeah, exactly. Phase 3 pops up, however, as this game continues on, and it does go directly down south. That road splits right in the middle. So you got the farm hillside and you got the lumberyard / shelter hillside. You do have
Triple D, by the way.
They kind of milk the hillside, and Triple D, they're getting bridge camped by Rad, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so Triple D being extra careful, but I don't think they were prepared for the Rod team to camp them of all teams. And now Triple D also getting taken down to 2 players. I gotta be just as critical on Triple D. They could have just rotated on the Western Bridge way earlier and just not deal with this at all. Both Triple D.
You have an Eastern, you have an Eastern plane path. Why not go on the Western Bridge? There's less teams there, right? That's, again, common sense.
I don't know. This game has just been disappointing all around. Starting with NASR completely flopping that execution that they were doing, followed by K12 losing their players on a very predictable potential problem with Rico Infinity that we called out in the beginning of the game, and then Triple D just take the Western Bridge. Like, they always take the Eastern Bridge. I'll give them that. That's something that they've practiced over and over and tried to do a timing on. But when you have only 2 games left and your tournament lives are at stake, just make the adjustment, take the Western Bridge, and now Push also getting taken down. Both Triple D and K12 down to 1 solo player.
Yeah, you can practice a rotation all you want, but if you can't adapt per situation, per moment, per play, per circle, you're not really going anywhere. The Mine Weapon iKURD now, once again, in a lot of action. Rico Infinity, they took their time rotating through the first 2 to 3 circles. On the edge of the circle, they went, eliminating 3 of the K12 players, and now the Mine Weapon iKURD are their next victims.
I love the way Rico Infinity play their gatekeep. They don't just focus on one area. They spread so far out that it forces the team in the blue just to look at how many different angles they have to deal with, and they just rather not, and they're forced to go somewhere else completely. Now they're kind of forced into the side of YaLLa. They'll get into zone here, but YaLLa, with a better position that if they really wanted to, could kind of take the fight to them. But the next circle shifts out. We go hard to the southwest. That favors Triple D. There's 1 player left of Humam on Triple D. They need as many points as they could possibly get, and maybe they'll get a few placement points here, but there is the Rico Infinity team very close by that might take the fight or breach into Triple D's position.
I disagree with it kind of favoring Triple D because his position is now a focus in the circle. The good thing is that there's a number of compounds in play. There's a number of buildings that you're possibly able to hide, even a few shacks for you to stay alive. The final player, Triple D, Rico Infinity, the 1 million, facing up on the roadside in the northwestern edge of the circle. The 1 million gonna recognize their troubles and they're gonna disengage away. Good play as Rico Infinity, 6 eliminations and counting.
So dominant. They pull up and Rico Infinity actually lost the player, but their positional decisions, even though they lose a player on the initial push, it forced the other team to back off so quickly because they immediately recognized Rico Infinity just pretty much outclassed us and checkmated us, even though we took down one of their players.
Yeah, couldn't have said that better myself. Nigma Galaxy in the northern side. Falcons behind them along with YaLLa. 3 massive teams battling. A knock from a distance by YaLLa. It does slow Falcons down a little bit, but that's a lovely nade by Damar. Goes a little bit too far. Followed by a molly. Suppressed inside the corner of this dip. It's not looking good for YaLLa. They're all bunched up together and Damar gets a knock on the powerful. That's the opening they need. Nigma Galaxy opening, not the third party. This fight is Yusuf in the distance. Last now gonna push forward. YaLLa, their backs are against the wall and it's not looking pretty.
Ragnar gets a nice trade knocked back, relieves a little bit of the pressure, but you can see Falcons swooping in like Falcons themselves, taking down the YaLLa team. Ragnar once again getting a nice trade back. YaLLa keeping the YaLLa team. Ragnar keeping the YaLLa team as alive as long as he can. And Yusuf, come on, you can't take that angle wide up on top of the road. This is an isolated fight, but there's other teams here, and Falcon, well, never alone, is alone now. Last player from the Falcons team, trying to survive for as long as possible. YaLLa, the same.
Team Falcons tried to overcomplicate it in my eyes, Zute. It should have just been a full team push. The job had been done by Damar. The hole had been created. The gap had been split up onto the YaLLa players. Overall, Ragnar stays alive, as do a member of Team Falcons. Prestige onto Lord, Nigma, and Rico Infinity in the northern side. We're about to get phase 5.
KURD12 and Triple D still alive. Both players in a shack. That's the most they could do. And both players getting the next zone shift, I think. Yeah, they do both get the next zone shift. KURD12 a little bit more in the zone. Kumam more on the edge. But of course, with them being on the edge of the zone and the only piece of hardcover on that southern side, that does mean there's a high chance of them getting pushed by a team.
We'll have to wait and see. Rad behind Twisted Minds. You can see in the mini-map in your top right corner. Right in front of us, Nigma Galaxy. 2-2 split. Stalwart UAE down on the roadside directly in front of them. My weapon iKURD from behind. Crazy play. There you go. Pun intended. Pun intended. While Rico Infinity down to just 2. It's becoming a little bit more difficult for them.
Oh, the timings were just off by crazy iKURD right there. Every time he peeked, it was just not at the correct time. But even if he got that knock, I don't think he would have been able to do much with it. If anything, the mine weapon should be a little more careful of their northern side. As you see here, Nigma Galaxy looking to get a little bit closer into the circle, into the zone. I don't mind this position by Nigma Galaxy, but I would rather see them sweep a little bit more towards the mine weapon side and take control of the entire eastern front rather than just edging in a little bit onto the north, because it doesn't give them too much room to work with, but they could stay alive. So
yes,
depends on how they want to approach this situation.
We've highlighted and extended how hard it is and how much of an important game it is for K12 and Triple D in their own right, but what hurts K12 specifically, more importantly, is the fact that Stalwart UAE in this game alone are still up as a full squad and have 2 eliminations. They're behind them in the current rankings of the League Week 3 by about 6 points. So the more points that Stalwart extract and get, the higher the chance they're going to move ahead of K12, not only in this game, but in the last game of the day as well.
Triple D did just get eliminated. I think there was a 4-man team of 1 million that pushed into that shack, and I was reading the kill feed. I think Human managed to get 2 or maybe even 3 knocks. So he got very close to taking out that team as a solo, but did not work. And here comes Nigma Galaxy's push. They will decide to take the Wizard Tower, as one of the players of Star Wars is knocked, but Hamodi goes down and is confirmed. Ralph trying to get that grenade in. That should be a good one. Easy should be down. Easy somehow survives that.
Oh my god, I don't know how he survived. Maybe he went through another window. I don't know, but either way, Stalwart UAE, I think they committed too much inside this Wizard Tower, and they're paying the ultimate price. A third party by Rico, however, keeps Stalwart alive in this game. But of course, we know how good Rico Infinity are. We know how much of an opportunity they like to take, and they're going to look to end the game for Stalwart UAE.
Prestige getting shot from long distance by the mine weapon, I believe. They need to be a little bit more careful, but I like what Rico is trying to do. They have the zone, and they want to take down the weakened team of Stalwart now rather than later. Using the smokes to isolate off the angles that they were getting shot at. And it looks like Stalwart has a hard cover, but usually disadvantage.
Ooh, Nabo gets knocked on the easy. Ida gonna chuck another nade inside that Wizard Tower, and boom goes the dynamite. The execution is laid in. But as the Wizard Tower is overtaken by Rico Infinity, the mind weapon iKURD, 10 eliminations and counting, as they control the eastern side. What a spread they have.
K12 unknown. You said they need like 10 to 12 points. Well, he just picked up one right there.
Oh my god!
Top 4. It's doable. Can he make top 3
Oh my
here?
god! I didn't even think about that. I really forgot about Unknown, as did the rest of the lobby. I really forgot that he was still alive because of the fight that we saw happen on the northern crevice of the circle. Unfortunately, KURD12 goes down, but I do think that's enough between elimination points and placement points, at least to create a little bit of a cushion, a little bit of safety.
Just a little bit. We'll see what happens in the next game, but imagine if they managed to keep more of their members alive. It could have been played out way differently. The Rico Infinity team with 2 up. It's a 3v2v2. This is a big game for the mine weapon. They don't need it to qualify, but they definitely do need the extra practice and executions, as we've seen them really struggle on last week's Super Weekend. Ali, really close up. He's got that grenade in hand too. I love this play out of Ali, but Rico does. They're very aware as they throw that Molotov over.
Yeah.
Nice try out of Ali.
I think it's a good deep push if the support was really there, but it looks like the mind weapon bit off more than they could chew with not dealing with 1 million on the side. Sometimes on this edge of hill position that we see in the end game, you need to take out the team that's on the opposite side of the hill, not the team that's kind of up on the higher ground. Because even though the elevation point is there for Rico Infinity, I looked at that as being more of a threat for the mind weapon when 1 million were holding onto the other edge.
I respect the attempt out of Ali, though. It seems like Ali, out of the mine
True.
weapon, is kind of the playmaker from the team. We saw how composed he was when he was isolated on that one side of the road when another team pushed in, the team of NASR, right? And he almost got the full 4K onto that team. And he was trying to open it up for the mine weapon once again. As crazy, getting spotted out by ID7. 2v2. And oh, I love this. They know this hillside very well. They know how steep of a sprawling drop it is. And he's going to take advantage to run downhill seemingly in the open, seemingly at a huge risk. But he understands the dynamics of the hill and that off angle. We usually see the team on the low ground win these in these type of hillsides. But I think what ID just did might be the thing that allows for them to clutch out this chicken dinner.
It's definitely not going to be easy. Ida needs to play the perfect baiting game. I believe a pre-nade being thrown out by Prestige just to slow down 1million a little bit and suppress them. That's some nice smokes by Jabal, though, Zute. I really appreciate that. Trying to cover the high ground advantage that Prestige has. But I think if they have too many eyes on Prestige's position, it's going to make it a little bit easier for Ida to strike from the side. He makes it down to the lower side of the hill. Too much focus on Prestige means Ida is able to gain a bit of a positional advantage.
If Rico were to win this one out, it would be from the side of Ida. Absolutely love that proactiveness when he went down. 1million have no idea. They're both focused on the northern high ground, and actually Prestige might find the opening, and that smoke comes down just in time as he fires off the shots. Ida's going to use that distraction to make his play, but now it's a 2v1, and they know exactly where the last player of the 1million are. 2v1 situation, both angles covered, and Ida from the low ground didn't even need to open it up for the team. It was indeed Prestige who opened it up, but a clean execution, a clean win for Rico. And if we kind of think back to the way Rico played out that game, they fought their way in from the edge. They started with a set camp strategy to pick up some elim points, and then they took crucial spots on the map to take the fights. They weren't scared to take those fights. It was, I believe they pushed on to 1million initially and forced them off, even though they lost a player. Then they went towards that wizard tower, and then they were down to 2. But the whole way through, they utilized however many players they had, their individual skill, the teamwork, the team chemistry. And it's not like a chicken where they got the positioning and they had 4 up and they dominated everything. It was a scrap fight all the way through. They managed to get the chicken just as well, which is one of the more beautiful chicken dinners, in my opinion, to be able to attain.
Yeah, wonderfully deserved. Mine Weapon iKURD themselves were in a lot of fights and they came out with a very good result. Top 3, 10 elimination points, 20 in total. I'm gonna hold my reservations though with how let down I felt from Mine Weapon going from the previous kind of league week to the super weekend, right? But 1million closing out the top 3, 16 points. Good game from them.
Yeah, and KURD 12, this was a team that we were really looking at. This is it. That was their last game for today and potentially the rest of the tournament. It depends on if they make the super weekend, and then after that, depends on if they make the finals. But 9 points. Is 9 points enough, Imperium?
That will leave them on 39. Spoiler alert. That leaves them on 39. And what did I say at the start of the day that the cutoff point was?
39.
Now, I don't know how true that is because it's a speculated cutoff point.
Yeah, the cutoff you came up with was the average of the first Super Weekend qualifying points and the second Super Weekend qualifying points. So 39 is a very fair number. But I feel like with the fact this being the last league week out of all of them, the mental shift will impact the way the points kind of fall into place as far as the top 16 goes as well.
Luckily for them, KAMIKAZE had a bit of a poor game with only securing 1 point. Revolution got 6 points and they were on 23 points coming into this game. So for teams below, bar Stalwart UAE, it was relatively successful for KURD 12. Not the prettiest way to get a good result. But when your back's against the wall and it was do or die, Unknown did the solo play and got his team 9 points.
9 points is a good amount, but I personally feel like it's not enough. The average cutoff, you know, they're at it. But like I mentioned, I feel like teams are a lot hungrier right now, more towards the bottom. And I feel like the bottom cutoff points is going to be a little bit higher because in a way, if you think about it, teams near the top usually soak up more of the points, forcing teams near the bottom to have less points to be gathered. But now that we're coming into week 3, I think it's the bottom teams that have more to prove that will gain more points overall. And the teams near the top, I mean, this is their 3rd week playing. They're probably kind of more on cruise control rather than sweating it out, trying to get every point possible. And we'll soon know, taking a look at the overall rankings, Imperium.
And that theory does somewhat make sense as we look at the the first league weekend points. Nigma had 119 points as a top team. Team Falcons, I know teams below them still have one more game, but they've ended at least their run in league week with 98 points, so that is less. So you do make a good point in that regard, and we've seen, you know, stronger performance from the likes of Headquarters, 4K, 2 teams that didn't even make it into the first super weekend, right? And still with one more game to go, 45 and 42 alike, they have secured their spot. But KURD 12, they're in 15th, but only 1 point ahead of 16th.
Here's the fight we didn't get to see, the Rico Infinity Trap you saw right there. That was where they set up at those compounds, and wow. I think Rico Infinity is trying to send a message. I think they're not BM in the sense of, hey, you guys like shouldn't have, you know, died to us here, but I feel like Rico Infinity almost is like, I don't know, the vibe I get from seeing that is kind of like Rico Infinity trying to teach them something, right? Like, I feel like almost Rico Infinity themselves might have been disappointed. They're like, come on, guys. Tournament life on the line, and you guys rotate this way? You guys should have known better.
Yeah.
That's what it almost feels like, because Rico Infinity, they're great guys. They're a PMGC level team. They're not some petty team to be like, you know, to be BM for the sake of BM. I feel like they were trying to teach them something and send them a message to like, you guys need to get better. You guys should have done better than this.
Yeah, it's that kind of tough love scenario, right?
Yeah.
Coming out from Rico Infinity. The thing is, KURD 12, they're in 15th, but Dunak, who are in 16th, and KAMIKAZE, who are in 17th, they're on 38 and 37 respectively. I think you're right. KURD 12, I don't believe they've made it. Too many teams behind them are too close to each other. If it's not Dunak or KAMIKAZE, it's going to be Stalwart UAE, Revolution, or Triple D. I know Triple D are in 20th with 25 points, but it is possible. We'll have to wait and see, Zute. One more game to go. Let's head to a break. We'll see you all in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia 2022 Spring Split. This is League Week 3, Day 2. We're heading into Game 5 with myself, Imperium, and the wonderful, beautiful Zute.
Yeah, this is it. This is the very last match of the league, and then we're gonna get into the very last super weekend of the league. It's been fun. It's been really great seeing the teams grow and improve, and also, I think PMPL, when PMPL time rolls around, the circles are always doing something different than you see in regular scrim or custom rooms.
Exactly, and the big thing we need to talk about coming into this final game is, one, can KURD 12 hold on? They're not playing in this final game. Unfortunately, the easy answer to that is no, with how close teams are behind them. But also Triple D. You said right when we went into the break, right before I think you went to the toilet, you were like, come on, Triple D. They're down in 20th on a total of 25 points, but they're only 14 points behind KURD 12. They will need, obviously, a mammoth of a game, a super weekend number 2 level of a game.
I just took a look back to see what they did in week 1, right? Because week 1 they also missed the super weekend. So in week 1 they came in 18th at 37th, and 16th place was 41 points. So they missed it by just a total of maybe 4 to 5 points. Now coming into the very last game of the match, they're sitting at 25 right now. I would say the cutoff, I don't know. So many teams around the 16th place mark still have a game yet to play. So sitting at 25, they almost might need like more than 10 points for sure. They need.
Oh, yes.
They need like, how much would you say? Like 14? 14 points?
No, to me, Triple 15? D need minimum 20 points. No, minimum 20 points.
Okay.
Because I'm also thinking 4K are in 14th and headquarters are in 13th. I'm nearly thinking, even though they're playing in this game, how much is their position under threat because of how close teams are behind them? You said it yourself. That cutoff point is not going to be 39 points. It is going to be higher.
It's going to be actually way higher. In fact, from 8th place down to 20th, the only team sitting out is KURD 12. So everybody on the bottom end, from 8th place downwards, are all going to be gaining points in this match. And when you're in Triple D coming in at the last place, 20th, with only 25 points, they need... You're right. They need like a top 3 at the very least, maybe. This is going to be extremely rough for Triple D. And if they don't make this super weekend, I don't think they're making the finals either.
And that's something that I'm going to be a little bit critical of. Yes, if they don't make it into the third super weekend, and if then at that point they don't make it into the league finals, I want to be harsh and genuinely say they don't deserve to, because I'm very much about not only consistency but evolution of performance. And a team starting off bad in League One, in League Week 1, hey, cool, that happens, right? But when you go up a scale, but then you go way back down a scale, I start to think, what are you doing as a team? Where is your morale? Where is your leadership? Where is your ability to really sustain yourself? And I know this is only the spring split, so they're going to have the full split, but I can't help but be a little bit harsh on Triple D if that scenario plays out. We'll have to wait and see, as the playing path is on the south, and phase 1, it's all the way up north.
That is a very southern playing path. It's going to cause some issues for a lot of these teams. many teams, not just Triple D, still are trying to qualify for the Super Weekend, and the point spread is extremely close near that bottom side of the leaderboards. We're gonna see, we might potentially see another tiebreaker as far as, you know, total points gathered for the team to qualify into the third Super Weekend.
That's a really good point. I have 20th to 13th teams written down on my notebook, so I'll be somewhat crossing them off as they get eliminated from this game to try and at least keep some kind of track of what's happening. 963, they've decided to drop in around the Picado area with Rico Infinity, but it's not really a full hot drop. For now, it's just Yossi. I think that's how you say his name, Yossi of 963.
Does Rico have to know? Yeah, Rico knows. I think Bandar, all he has an SKS, so he's just being a little bit more careful, waiting for his teammate to come over. Yeah, Bandar knows. Yep, there's the grenade. The grenade pin is pulled. He fakes that grenade pin, switches to UMP. Nicely done. I'm not sure what 963 is doing, though. Like, for sure, Picado is not free and open. So if you're going to do a split drop around the area, you split drop around the area. You don't split one player into the side building of Picado. You're just going to get taken out.
I kind of want to put that down to a bit of a parachute issue that can sometimes happen with players. That's all I'll say. But otherwise, if it was intentionally like that, indeed, it was a mistake from 963.
Okay. Well, teams are having to rotate up north, and it does favor the teams that initially wanted to go north for their loot. Nigma Galaxy on the El Pozo side. We do see headquarters on El Azahar on the eastern side. And Triple D, I'm trying to locate where Triple D is on the map. Triple D on the eastern side. Southeast, yeah, in Impala. Okay.
They do have Rad as a bit of a split drop closely behind them. It's only really one player of Rad that's somewhat close to them. But Triple D themselves are 3-1 with 3 in Impala, safe of Triple D a little bit further down south. Like I said, Triple D aren't the only team that are fighting for a spot inside the top 16. They're the team that have the biggest amount of work to do, and I suppose the team that we have our biggest eyes on, because there are some teams like KAMIKAZE and Stalwart who don't really need to qualify for the third Super Weekend, and even Revolution to an extent, whereas Triple D actively do. KURD12, even though they're not playing in this game, actively do. 4K in headquarters, yeah, they actively do.
Triple D has the most to lose if they don't make this Super Weekend. Whereas teams like you mentioned, like headquarters, if they make this Super Weekend, they have the most to gain. They need to catch up to all the other teams that have played Super Weekends, because they are sitting at 0 points right now as far as Super Weekend goes. And Triple D, they gained a lot of points in one Super Weekend alone, and for them to lose it all just because they can't qualify for the next one would be very disappointing for them and for honestly their fans too.
If 4K, and if one of either 4K or headquarters were a little bit more secure, in my eyes, points wise, in coming into this last game, I would have recommended hot dropping on Triple D, because Triple D not making it into this third Super Weekend means there's a guaranteed cut-off point, right, of 161 points for headquarters and 4K to fight over. Because the mind weapon making it in is, yeah, okay, they're already on 57 points. KURD12 not making it in, they're only on 71 points, right? Whereas RTG 1 million, they're close to enough to Triple D that they're probably going to pass them. So that's why Triple D not making it in is also very positive for headquarters and 4K's fight to make it into the league finals.
I see what you're saying now. It provides that more of a clear cutoff, as we do have some early game fighting. We did see 963 lose a player, and Revolution lost one player already, and another one knocked by the side of Conqueror Iraq. So even though this is the last game of the day, the pacing of it all is not slowing down any one bit.
Yeah, teams are starting to rotate in through this phase 1. 4K going for an early rotation up towards Cruzaval. On the western side, you have KAMIKAZE and Nigma Galaxy. However, they are kind of close to each other. As one of the KAMIKAZE players, I believe his vehicle gets blown up and he's down on his knees.
Nigma Galaxy, I think they're just kind of set up to camp out KAMIKAZE. Nigma Galaxy looted El Pozo, and the circle is definitely to the east of El Pozo, but Nigma Galaxy set up on the roadside outside of the circle to the west of El Pozo for one reason only, I can imagine, which is not loot, because El Pozo's got a bunch of that. They have to be there to camp out a team's rotation, and that's exactly what's happening to the side of KAMIKAZE.
He's there to hunt. He's there to protect. That's the Nigma way. Good stuff indeed. Revolution down to 2 players. Not looking good for them as they fight to make it into the top 16. Again, they're one of the teams that don't really need to qualify for the third Super Weekend, but it would hurt their confidence leading into the league finals.
Yeah, Revolution down to 2, but at least they got the Golden Murado. I hear you get bonus points from that, right? So maybe that'll
Oh yeah, of course.
But yeah, no,
plus 10 plus 10
plus 10
points. I was just gonna say no, plus 10 PP points. That's it.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah,
plus 10 PP points. But yeah, I just wanted to add, teams definitely want to make it into the last Super Weekend before they head into the finals, right? Because imagine this: Super Weekend is next week. That is more than like 7 days away. And if you don't play in the finals, it's more than 7 days away. If you don't play in the Super Weekend coming up, you're going to have 7+ days of no real tournament play. Sure, you might be participating in scrims with these teams, which I'm sure they have, scrims set up to keep everyone, warmed up. But scrims are never played out the same way as like a Super Weekend might play out on. So it's a lot of practice, and not just practice, it's a lot of time, downtime, where your team might not be feeling as warmed up as possible heading into the finals. So that also plays a huge important factor as we, maybe we're jumping a little bit ahead, but that is a huge thing to consider.
Always something to consider. Phase 2 moved in and it went up towards the northwest. Triple D going quite deep into the circle. I appreciate that it's working out a little bit. They have the hill above opposite water treatment that they can call their own. It's an area they're able to use as an anchor point and then spread out to get information leading into phase 3.
Triple D with that deeper rotation also managed to have 4 members alive. We saw their health bars, some of them tagged up a bit, so it wasn't the freest of rotations, but they navigated it quite well. I would say they're off center on the eastern side. So even though this is a rather deep rotation coming all the way in from Apala, this by no means guarantees them a good position on the next circle shift. For example, if it were to head west, they would have lost all sight lines and information on what could potentially be open.
Twisted Minds just casually rotating through El Pozo on phase 2. Yeah, that's kind of what Twisted Minds have been known for at times. It's the last game of the day. They're guaranteed into the third Super Weekend, so why not try maybe something a little bit different? It's not a full team rotations through El Pozo. They have 2 players on the outskirts across the fields of El Pozo. NASR, they're taking the fight against CONQUEROR. Batika going in a little bit heavy on his own, going to pay the price. It is traded up, but a second knock comes through for CONQUEROR. Caliga, job done. Seems like this is going to be an easy team fight win for CONQUEROR.
I'm not sure what NASR's doing. Both games, they decided to play aggressive on a team that they did not have to fight, which I don't mind, right? If they're practicing, they're practicing. But
what I was thinking.
Are they really that weak in taking aggression fights? Because it just
normally no.
Yeah, like I don't think they're that. To put it simply, I don't think they're that bad when it comes to being aggressive and taking isolated 4v4s. But last game and this game, they're just getting shut down so badly that it's not the NASR that I'm used to watching. As the circle does shift down to the southeast, this is a huge opportunity for Triple D to take advantage of. I want to see them. Well, it depends on their play style, but there's definitely a position that's more center that also offers a lot of play option opportunities, which is outright, in my opinion, a better position. So I want to see them take advantage of it because that's a huge shift in their favor.
You're right. The one thing I'm thinking, though, is this could be a San Martin finish for the last game of the league, week 3. It's in the heart of this phase 3. It's tricky. I don't know how many teams are going to look to commit to it. Rico Infinity, from what I can see, have a 3-1 split. 3 on the east. The west of San Martin. 1 inside a little bit further. Dunak now starting to react. Triple DR trying to reposition into a bit of a stronger spot. Dunak might be able to get ahead of them, but they're going a little bit wider.
Oh, Dunak's actually going... Okay, no, I mean, Triple D, they're going to a different position than the one I had in mind. And I know for sure they know it's... I mean, they're going to Hacienda, which isn't bad. It's pretty decent, too.
No.
The one I was thinking of is northwest of Hacienda. It's one of, like, the isolated compounds that's basically off-center. We'll probably see a team take it at some point. And we'll see how well that team does in the subsequent circles, just to compare.
Yeah, am I right in saying that the one that you're talking about also has a little bit of a stronger overwatch to the north of San Martin and a little bit of a stronger entry point? I don't know how yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, that makes sense. But they've gone to
right above the end. It's right above the end of Hacienda.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that I was also thinking. So it makes complete sense. Makes complete sense indeed. I'm just waiting. We still have 16 teams. We have 56 players alive. The dam is going to break sooner rather than later. As Twisted Minds looking to catch out the players of Nigma Galaxy. Only 2 of the Nigma players are inside the circle, but that doesn't mean they can't turn this one around. Kato chucks out a nade. It's going to be Hamodi that connects onto Rokas first. Like I said, just because they have 2 inside the circle doesn't mean they can't turn it around. And a second one by Hamodi drops them to the floor.
Great shots by Hamodi. Twisted Minds maybe biting off a little more they could chew, but oh, the push by Hamodi, feeling himself a little bit too much maybe, and he will get confirmed. A little bit too overzealous on that push, and Twisted Minds, they're fighting back. Vigor's getting 2. The trade comes through. Now it's a 1v2. Lord and Freak versus the last player of Twisted Minds, and actually Dami. Dami rotated somewhere else entirely, and he gets taken out. There goes out Twisted Minds in 16th place. By the way, the circle shifted hard to the southern side. It is half of Hacienda, half of the high ground on Power Grid. So regardless of where Triple D went to in those 2 positions we talked about, they still have quite a bit of ways to go.
Oh, please. I know I'm looking ahead, but please. In the next circle shift up north. I know that's kind of the Highland Wolf mindset. I apologize, but come on, it's the last game of the day. We gotta have a little bit of spiciness on board. Headquarters gonna look to rotate. They have a long way to go to make it into the circle. KAMIKAZE are a little bit further behind. I feel like this is a time where the teams on the north, especially Headquarters, are just gonna play extremely deep straight through the middle and look for a spot in San Martin. Yeah, that's what they're doing, and I don't disagree with it.
Yeah, they're playing on that edge position, which does allow for them to potentially rotate and loop back around if needed. Like, they can exit the San Martin area.
That's true.
Does shift surf further down. Rico Infinity holding a huge one. Okay, no, Prestige is literally just back here to come in late to gain as much info as possible before rotating in. That's not a split that I imagine they would hold, especially with it being out of zone. Triple D coming in on the very edge of the northeastern side. And if we take a look at the mini-map, everything, all the real estate's pretty much taken, and Stalwarts and NASR are actually fighting on the high grounds of Power Grid, trying to maintain that side of the map for themselves.
Rico Infinity did lose Bandar, so only 3 players left standing. KONQUEROR hold onto the very eastern edge. Sprawling split they have, covering many angles. Dunak look to keep their hopes and dreams alive. Triple D looking to push. Humam across the road is absolutely fantastic. Push, chucks a nade across. If that connects and gets a knock, that's going to be job done. Isawi does get a knock. However, it is returned very quickly. So the push Triple D we're looking for isn't going to be made.
Triple D. I want to see them try and take this fight a little bit more committed, because these are points. Oh, there we go. They confirm one.
There you
right
go.
Underneath the car. Very good one by that. That's one elimination.
Oh my god.
But the blue zone save goes down to the play zone. This is not good.
Oh, it's not good indeed. Humam on the other side of the road, I felt could have maybe have done more in the lip of the hill, but in my eyes it was also a bit of an anchor point position in this next circle. But now they've got to cover behind, and 4K Anaconda is going to get the knock on the push. It's going horribly wrong, and it looks like Triple D, their hopes and dreams for a Super Weekend 3 entry point is being ripped apart one by one. KONQUEROR get involved. They're going to third party onto Dunak. It doesn't matter because Triple D go down.
That was one of the most disappointing finishes out of a team that I was hopeful for. They had Dunak pinned to rights right there, but they were so hesitant. I get that there was more teams on the high ground that could shoot down and potentially third party, but in that situation, if you don't do it now, you're never going to get it done, and it's just going to bite you in the butt.
You know what? They shouldn't have gone for the revive on the safe. They should have simply took the knock and pushed across. Went for it. As you said, if you don't do it now, you're not going to do it at all.
But there's still so many other teams fighting for that top 16 position still that we have playing. We still have 14 total teams left alive in this type of zone. I want to say a lot of teams will go out, but there's so many nooks and crannies for players, for solos to survive in. And actually, take a look at the player count from the different teams. Nigma Galaxy, Dunak, 963, NASR, all with one. Rico Infinity, KAMIKAZE, Revolution, all with two.
Oh no. Headquarters, they're running around like headless chickens, and this is just free elimination after free elimination for Headquarters. Rip goes down, Shelby goes down, Headquarters join the list of teams with just one player left alive. Naya just cowering in the corner, hoping he doesn't get spotted. But KONQUEROR know all too well the blue zone is going to put pressure onto the final Headquarters players. Yes, Headquarters are still in the top 16, but like I mentioned, like we alluded to, there's a lot of teams looking for the top 16 spot as Dunak go down.
Rico Infinity looking like they're about to go down, already resorting to a med strat. So good to see them adapting, trying a med strat in Miramar of all maps. Not able to land those shocks onto Zuxi. He will time that first aid kit, able to survive a little bit longer. If he were to go out now, though, that's still 0 placement points. So doesn't look like it's going to work out too well for the Rico Infinity side. Next circle is about to pop on up. we are shifting towards that northwestern side.
Right in the heart of where Rad lay down. Headquarters are eliminated. KURDSQUAD, they've been in so many little fights, but they're making it in. 4K's in front of them. They might be able to get the better of them. Rafi Cobra cooking up an aid, looking on the underside. This could be beautifully pulled out. He tries to predict where KONQUEROR are going to be, but doesn't quite work out.
KONQUEROR holding on by the skin of their teeth, trying to get that full reset going. They do manage to keep 4 up. They have to make their push in, and they're going to come in on the backside of 4K most likely. Meanwhile, Revolution on that low ground, they get the circle. They can just keep their heads tucked down low and just go for those placement points. As Stalwart Esports on the south still have 4 players up. 4K and KONQUEROR. They're about to head into a 4-on-4 fight.
Revolution still in this game. They're in 19th coming into this game. Stalwart, as you just correctly said, still in this game. They were 18th coming into this game. 4K, they're looking to secure ultimately their spot in the 3rd Super Weekend. And they're doing it right. They get the shots on the Rad. Now down to 1 player. NASR go down as well. Revolution down on the underside of the hill. Still inside this phase 6 circle, but with phase 7 about to pop up, you gotta think, where is it going to go? KONQUEROR were able to disengage away from 4K.
Blue zone closing in so slowly right now, giving KONQUEROR a lot of time to work with. They have yet to penetrate the defense out of 4K though. 4K down to 3, however. So that defense looking a little bit more weak. Rod, with only 1 player left, he is just hiding there. 4K on the northern side. Stalwarts on the southern side. KONQUEROR coming straight down the middle, but the mine weapon getting a knock onto Stalwarts. This is going to be like a 365 all the way around. Every team getting involved in this late game.
By the way, KAMIKAZE went out early, so that's a little bit of a sliver of hope for KURD 12. 4K, one of their players has knocked Revolution. One of the 2 teams in my eyes that can really knock KURD 12 off the top 16. But will a 6th place finish be enough with 5 elimination points possibly? We'll have to wait and see. It's 4K. They didn't deal with KONQUEROR earlier on in the game, and it comes to bite them in the butt as they take them down. 12 elimination points for the KONQUEROR side.
4K need to prioritize their fights a little bit better. They need to realize when they have to take out a team, or else that team will keep eventually fighting them. Just prioritize, or not even prioritizing, just the map knowledge. That Molotov, yeah, flying high in the sky, almost burning that player out. We're down to 4. KONQUEROR with 3, the mine weapon with 2, and then we have the 2 solos out of Rod and Revolution. And the zone actually closes right on top of almost all of them.
The thing is, how much information do KONQUEROR have on the mine weapon iKURD players left? That's the thing. Do the mine weapon know where the other 2 solo players are? In my eyes, it would be a benefit for the mine weapon iKURD to not look for the solo players right now and allow KONQUEROR to think that the mine weapon iKURD have more than 2 players left.
We're at a bit of a lull as the blue zone closes in. Revolution Rod taking a closer look on the circle. Neither of those 2 players are in the zone. So most likely we're heading into a 3v2 situation between KONQUEROR and the mine weapon.
The last player of Revolution is trying to swing around. Of course, the more noise he makes with those footsteps, the higher chance he's going to get spot out. Being on that low ground, he's easy pickings as Munir sprays the bullets, looks for the final player of Revolution. It's in a 1v1. It's going to be won by Revolution. Actually, a third party by YaLLa of the mine weapon iKURD. Either way, that's an extra placement point for Revolution. An extra level of hope as they try and make it into the 3rd Super Weekend. Dealer in a 1v1. Reva is going to get the knock. Conquer Iraq. They're just not stopping. S-Rod. Now the last hope for the mind weapon iKURD. Of course, it doesn't really matter what happens. Both these teams are in the third super weekend, but to claim the final chicken dinner will be a hell of a confidence boost moving in, and it looks like it's Conquer Iraq's. The last player, Revolution, by the way, still alive. Found a crevice in the edge of the circle, and he makes it into the top 2 placement points alone. What a way for Alhaji to stay alive and grab his team 12 placement points.
Good job by the Revolution side, but even a better job by Conquer Iraq. I mean, we know this is a strong team that we will be seeing in the finals and etc. But if anything goes to show, this team has improved from week 1 into week 2,
yes,
and looking like they're improving even more coming into week number 3.
Yeah, well played out by Conquer Iraq. They held on to the eastern side of, I think, kind of phase 3, phase 4 circle from that point onwards, and they had a sprawling spread that I kind of highlighted. They didn't commit to San Martin. They were like, look, we're on the edge. We can go into San Martin if we absolutely need to. But it was that beautiful, well, we're covering all grounds. We'll control the game. There was a couple of hairy moments. They had 2 players knocked at one point. But in the end, they held things down, and it was good job by Conquer Iraq.
Good job indeed. So the biggest question now, though, is who's making it into this last and final Super Weekend? You touched on it very slightly. You're saying if this team goes out now, in which they did, I believe it was KAMIKAZE, right? Because KAMIKAZE went out so early, you were saying we were saying KURD 12 has a chance, a very slim chance.
Just a tiny chance. Just a tiny chance. I don't know how many placement points KAMIKAZE got, if any. I just saw 1 point on the bar, so I just wasn't sure. We'll be able to give a little bit of a finer line because of the match rankings that we're seeing. Revolution got 18, which is a hell of a lot of points. I'm not going to say how many in total. Stalwart got 9 points. That's pretty much them secured at least above KURD 12. I just don't know. I just don't know if it was enough to keep KURD 12 into this third Super Weekend.
We'll see very soon. I don't want to do maths off the top of my head. I'm just quite literally looking at the screen, waiting to see the final results come out. This is exciting, Imperium. I'm not gonna lie. I know we're only heading into a Super Weekend, and this is not even the finals, but it's PMPLs like these, right? With this type of format, where like almost every stage, every week has some build up to it, right? Right now, we might be witnessing the end of a certain team's tournament lives when it comes to the PMPL that we're watching right now. So the tournament's by far not over, but for some, it might be right now.
Yeah, 110%. 110%. 4K got an okay result. They didn't take advantage of the damage they done onto Conquer Iraq. However, a healthy amount of points for them to really seal the deal in the top 16. I'd say Headquarters, who were a few points ahead in the position above, also should have enough, because again, it was always going to require a lot more teams doing better than them for them to be really scary. Yeah, just that final game. Again, I love the fact that it ended on Miramar. It wasn't easy. You know what is easy though, Zute? Handling a beautiful Oppo Reno Series 6. Upgrade performance, upgrade fun. Complete your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG, mobile esports, Middle East, and Africa across all of 2022. So shout out to Oppo for sponsoring. And look, Zute, tell the people How do they get involved in the conversation?
Well, we have a lot to talk about. You can see right here on your screen. You can find us on the social media and you can join in by doing hashtag PMPL. Find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. I know we have a lot to discuss coming up soon once we see the overall results, but you guys too can join in and share your thoughts. Triple D, for example, we know they did not qualify into this Super Weekend, but I guess my question is, was last week's Super Weekend results, was that just a fluke, so to say? For you to average more than 10 points a game on a Super Weekend,
Yes.
but then finish 20th overall in the qualifyings? I don't know. Let us know on the social medias, hashtag and tag us. But now we're finally into the overall rankings, the long awaited results, Imperium.
We always knew this top 8, even coming into the last game, were secured. Good way for the Mind Weapon iKURD to end this third league week, second place 93. That's going to be a hell of a confidence boost, but they need to carry that confidence into the third Super Weekend. The one, kind of note on that second place is that they did not secure a chicken dinner. Can they get the job done, not only from a cash standpoint, but from a point standpoint in the third Super Weekend?
Yeah, they finished 5th overall in last week's league, and they look so promising, but they did abysmal last week's Super Weekend. Now, this week, they did even better than they did last week when it comes to the league stage. In fact, they got a really good finish, 93 points overall, finishing 2nd overall for the league stage. Hopefully, that will change things coming into this Super Weekend because they're still quite far behind when it comes to the Super Weekend points, and they have a lot to catch up on. To put in perspective, they are in 18th place in the Super Weekend with 57 points. 19th and 20th behind them have 0. That's because those two teams, Headquarters and 4K, didn't even play a Super Weekend. So, in a sense, they're almost last place when it comes to Super Weekend points gathered from those 15 games. So, they need a huge one this coming week. They did a good job today securing their placements into the Super Weekend, but now they have to do even better.
They will indeed. We'll talk more on that in a little bit. Let's get into the second page. Who are the 16 teams making it into the third Super Weekend? It is Stalwart to make it in. It is Headquarters to make it in. It is Revolution to make it in. Unfortunately, the one team we don't see, Zute, is a KURD 12 squad.
39 points was not enough. The cutoff this time around was 42 points. I believe that was, what was first week's cutoff? You said it was like 42? 41. So the cutoff 1 point higher. KURD 12, that's it for them. I mean, we'll just have to see the next page how close they got, but congratulations to Headquarters and 4K. This is going to be their very first Super Weekend, and it's very slim chance that they qualify from one Super Weekend alone. But with the way the bottom 16 of the Super Weekend teams have been getting their results and their points, there is a chance, because some teams that have made 2 Super Weekends have done very poorly. Some teams have made 1 Super Weekend, has done better, just like Triple D. And Triple D might be that, cutting point for the teams of 4K and the other team. Sorry, getting so many teams on the screen I'm looking at right now. 4K and I believe Headquarters, right? That they have a chance of passing them up and maybe making the top 16.
They do. Dunak, their position in the finals should be okay. They've got 192 points in 2 Super Weekends. I did say that 190 on average is your cutoff point if you do have 2 Super Weekends under your belt. I'm not saying it's a guarantee. I'm just saying I'm pretty certain it's a secured spot for them. That remains to be seen once we get into the third Super Weekend. KAMIKAZE are good, just a little bit disappointing to not see them in the third Super Weekend because I think they've shown a lot of potential. Just a lot more points for other teams to gather. And then, of course, Triple D, KURD12 not making it in. At least we know, Zute, that there's at least one, there is one non-moving target for the teams who have made it in, right? The teams that are outside the top 16. Triple D's 101 are is that target, right? And the fact that it's a non-moving target means it's just a little bit easier to be hungrier. It's a little bit easier to be like, okay, we know how many points we need per game. We know what we need to do, at least from a target in terms of goal. It's just a question of, can they get it done?
It definitely is a lot easier to be able to visualize something clearly that's not going to be changing. But with the way PUBG Mobile is, with the competitive scene, we talk about, you know, what do you have in your control? Not much. Circles go crazy, go however which way. Teams sometimes adapt differently than you expect, but that is the beauty of the game. And so we've had this storyline build up for 3 weeks straight. I think the best part of it all is next week, heading into the finals, everything resets once again, right? Teams work so hard for 3 weeks in a row to get to the points, to gather all of these, and then we could have a nice little reset and breather. And then the storyline is wiped clear, but it's not wiped clear completely, right? We could build again. And I think I love PUBG Mobile Esports for that reason. Like it's just never ending fun.
It's my heart, my soul. I that moment is gonna be a sight to see, is the best that I can say for sure. And I'm looking forward to a big time. However, the final Super Weekend is upon us. We're gonna have a day's break, but we will be back on Thursday, same time, same place. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in. The production in the background, yourself, Zute. I'm looking forward to another weekend of action. See you all then. Have a safe evening and look after yourselves.
Hi, I'm one of those people everyone calls a detective. Of course, I'm not the only detective around here. There's also our information analysis system, the BANPAN information system, and our many community volunteers that speak different languages from all around the world. We can use the BANPAN information system to find information related to cheats from the vast sea of information. We will use a combination of the system and manual methods to search various online forums and video sharing sites for traces of cheating. We will also work with our defenders of security in PUBG Mobile from all over the world to search for and destroy channels used to sell cheats. Fortunately, many players have joined our team. We also provide players with a channel to report the sale of cheats, and players from all over the world provide us with information every day. We are so happy to see so many players helping us to combat cheating.
I am a moderator and an information collector. I'm a moderator of many game forums. I am familiar with how cheats work and how they end up in players' hands. I'm very aware of the harm caused by cheating. So I've decided to help combat cheating. Due to our efforts, the information of many cheats is no longer brazenly posted online. Instead, they are hidden very deeply and disguised as unrelated posts. But that's not enough for them to escape my eyes. Many people have the misconception that cheats are like bugs and that they'll disappear once they've been dealt with. That's not how it really works though. Even if all the features of the cheats are banned now, the creators of the cheats will continue to upgrade their cheats. They will do anything they can to get around our security system. That's why we combat the newest cheats from two different fronts. We work together from the inside and the outside to effectively cover all types of cheating and combat them quickly. Although this is just a game, everyone likes those who follow the rules and play fairly. What makes games fun are the things that make us feel nervous and challenge us. It is because victory was hard-earned that we feel joyful about it.
We make several copies of samples of cheats. One copy is submitted to the security team so we can study their operating logic and enrich our AI identification strategy to update our defense system against new cheats in a timely manner. Another copy will be kept as proof to punish the people who develop the cheats.
The moderator just sent over a sample of a new cheat, and I want you to take a look at it.
Let me see.
We've never seen this cheat before. It has a special way of attacking. We just analyzed it and identified some of its characteristics. I think we can use this cheat's behavior to improve our coverage of other cheats.
I understand how it works now. This sample is very helpful to us. We can use this to develop more targeted countermeasures. And by learning how it functions, we can greatly improve our sample database.
Okay, let's get to work.
Yeah.
Other than combating cheats through the system, we also want to attack the origin of cheats through other methods. When it comes to people who develop cheats for profit, the legal approach is a good one. We have a professional legal team, and we believe they can bring these people to justice.
But before the legal team can initiate a lawsuit, they need sufficient information and evidence to win the lawsuit. This is where the information we provide becomes especially important. What detectives and I do best is to sift through unassuming clues, tracing matters to the roots, to find information and clues. The more information we have, the closer we are to victory.
We received some exciting news today. Our legal team won lawsuits in the United States of America and Germany.
That's great news. Let's open a bottle of champagne to celebrate.
Hang on. Let's not celebrate just yet. In the lawsuit, the defendant provided even more information about the team that developed the cheat.
It looks like we're going to be very busy over the next few days.
Yes. In 2021, we retrieved more than 10,000 samples from various channels, and more than 30% of them were valid samples.
It's also worth mentioning that many sellers of cheats online are scammers. They won't give you any cheats. They will even hide some viruses in the files they give you. It's a good thing we have our testers and our security experts. If not, our ordinary players would be in a lot of danger.
In summary, we're very proud of our work. We feel like we're rangers who search for clues about enemies from the shadows to deal them a swift and deadly blow. Please allow me to promote the security community. We welcome all volunteers to join our security community. Join our fight against cheaters and ensure all players have a fair gaming environment. We are part of the PUBG Mobile Security IT team. We fight to create a fair, competitive environment for all players.